Good evening, friends of the NECC. It is a Tuesday night, and you know what that means. That's right. More high flying, freestyling Rocket League action. And we're going to kick this off with some Navigators. I've got my friend Grant CFO. Grant, can you tell me some about the players, the match that we have in front of us today?
I'd be more than happy to tell you about the match we have going on staged. We have New England College versus Newberry College, and like you said already, Navigators yellow. These are going to be it's going to be a pretty interesting toss-up that we have tonight because on one side with New England, we have a high diamond. There is one champ, one player, but then on the other side, we have a big skill gap here. We're dealing with a platinum rostered team, and that means we could see a very one-sided affair if these Wolves of Newberry aren't careful.
Now, I mean, you always have to question how much ranked these players play. Is this like their primary account? But I suspect it is. So I think we're going to give like minor favorite here to New England College. But I'm not out of the realm of being surprised here. So I would be more than happy to see Newberry really surprise us, pack together like the Wolves that they are. And, well, it looks like we have a false kickoff, but we might get this started up. England taking
I
it slow.
guess. All right, this is an interesting start. I mean, typically you might want to restart a game like this, but maybe I should have read the rule book a little closer. You don't typically expect these situations to play out, but I guess we're gonna play it out for now. Fishy taking things from the midfield and has already got one through, but I think we're gonna go back to the drawing board and restart this lobby.
You know, that's probably the best way to handle this, honestly. When you've got when you've already got a like early start to the season, you want to have the best like integrity you can get. It really does become about just making sure that all of the factors aren't working in either team's favor. You want to have a good server. You want to have the lobby be set up and started at the same time for everybody. Like you don't want to have anything going too wild in any competitive situation, really.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, they happen, and it's all about how you recover from here. I mean, we saw, I don't even remember what the teams were, but I believe it was Newberry in the blue side. I could be wrong. Maybe it was New England because I did see a Grand Champ title on that one. So I think that's my best guess. But New England, assuming that this is correct, did start out with a quick goal. So it's about how can we recover going into the restarted lobby? What do we do to make sure that we can get that same hot start again? Because the first goal is always important in terms of momentum on a very momentum based game in Rocket League.
Yeah, that was New England College taking the first goal there. But even then, do you think that there's any kind of merit to saying that, like, even after you got first goal scored on you, does the reset kind of favor Newberry in terms of giving them a little bit of a mentality reset as well after that?
I think it does. I mean, you talk about the first goal in general being momentum, but that goes when the game continues all throughout. Since we're restarting, your point is 100% correct in my book. This is going to favor Newberry a lot more because they have that restart. They know what New England is already about, and now it's about how do we counteract that? What is our strategy heading into this? And I know you and I talked about, I was getting ready to like set up an interview, but we ran out of time to go and check in on, what the heck is Newberry's plan going into this game, because it's not going to be an easy challenge. We already see a little bit of mix-ups as Corrupt finally gets out of their own half. A little bit of a demo as well. Daddy has to turn around, but I don't know that that would have been the best option. Corrupt sitting it out to the side, Mike to midfield. Hitting up Fishy, and they've got an early goal, and it's just a New England start.
Right now, that strategy that you're talking about really hasn't come into play just yet for Newberry. It does seem like the aggression, like there is a bit of a skill gap, but overall this seems like just kind of solid mid-tier Rocket League play as Fishy puts that one up forward.
Solid
Not the
even
kickoff here.
Oh, is that a rule 1 in the midfield staged? Did I
I
just see
didn't
that?
see the rule 1, but we have Penguin here ready to dunk this one away, taking advantage of potential rule 1.
I think there was for a brief moment, but lucky enough for whoever broke it, we didn't see it on camera, therefore it probably didn't happen. It's 2-0 New England, and they're already starting to build a convincing lead, not even a minute into it. This game's still very young as Annie throws that to the corner. Bryce with the rebound, almost had another, but Corrupt's there looking for a double off the backboard, doesn't find it. DP on the sidewall, Annie waiting back on a difficult, dangerous attack from Penguin. Midfield behind the defender, Fishy over and top shelf for 3 points.
Makes the connection. This team has been hitting these passes, even the not necessarily the flashiest plays. NEC is connecting on the team play, and they're just setting the tempo of this match so much faster than Newberry can handle.
It's so much faster. I mean, we talked about the skill gap, and I mean, just think about it. Diamond to Platinum, there is a big gap in not only mechanics, but speed, and that's been the biggest thing right now. Fishy doesn't really have to do much work. As long as they can catch off guard this defense of Newberry, they've got a whole open net for days. So for Newberry, what that means is you got to play a little bit more confidently. Even if you do lack a little bit of mechanics, that's not really too much of a big deal, because you play confidently, it shows that you're strong to the other team. But we're seeing some mix-ups, and I think the rotations are the main thing here.
One of the things I've actually noticed, too, just by taking some of the perspectives, is the perspective of the players is actually different here. I didn't see which player it was, but I know there's at least one player on Newberry who's still using car cam mostly, so it's something that I'm pretty guilty of, and I'm a little bit higher ranked, too, but, like, there's definitely a factor of comfort in play when it comes to mechanical play, when it comes to leveling up in this style. And just because of the fact that, like, they're not able to be comfortable, they're not able to find the touches that they want to do quick enough, it does turn into this really awkward situation where they're just being scored on constantly. Like that, Fishy sending in some airmail.
Yeah, this was a great shot from Fishy off the sidewall. You shoot it behind the defender too, or at least where it's out of their reach. Daddy could have did a little bit better of a job of getting on that back post ready for that one. But now it's 5-0 New England, really dominating this one. And we see two Newberry committing for the kickoff. But I want to go back to your point about the car cam, and this is actually something that might be just a big bad habit for Newberry. It is Annie with the car cam on, but you talked about comfort. That's exactly why players do fall into this, because they feel more in control of their car when they can see exactly what's right ahead of them. Ball cam can be pretty disorienting when you start. I know that I did it when I started the game, so it's all about adjusting to that and forcing yourself in the future to play with ball cam. But when you're in a match scenario, you just got to play with what you practice. There's no room for changing, as we are now through halftime. Newberry down 5 unanswered, make it 6, because Rice comes reaping around the corner for that 6th one.
Now, this race to the ball here, it feels like everywhere on the pitch is a shot opportunity for NEC. And ultimately, I feel like this is kind of their opportunity to really just get a little bit of teamwork practice. So I don't want to be discounting Newberry by any means, but this is actually really useful for NEC to practice their teamwork with some opposition, but not necessarily having as much pressure as you'd have against a much higher, more speedy team, I guess you'd say.
Well, maybe they can pick up some speed here. They're very careful about using their boost is one big thing that I have noticed. Fishy getting a cheeky demo on the back end. Corrupt knocking it away, but Fishy insists on pushing this goal, looking for that 7th, and they're unable to. Rotating out with the boost. Penguin comes in, beat out by Annie. Long bomb, caught by Rice. Sent up, Penguin can't reach it for the redirect, but the rebound is coming around the corner, out to Fishy, the leading striker, can't get past DP, who blocks it out. Now Control tries to get over one, unsuccessful, intercepted and demoed. Penguin, no touch, instead Annie. Despite being on car cam, the one main criticism, they are aggressive. Again, having that straightforward, locked-in mentality is going to benefit them when they are trying to push, but they don't want to be pushing this way. Oh no, setting up Penguin for that 7th goal, and it is officially a runaway game for New England.
You talked about not wanting to make any changes on the fly when you're in a comp setting. Now, we were talking about settings and camera and things like that, but I am noticing that Newberry is starting to modify the way they're playing. They're being more aggressive, they're being a little bit faster to the ball, so that is the kind of adjustments that you do want to see, and I'm actually really happy that we're seeing that out of them, because their defense is looking more stalwart, even if it did end up leaving a goal in that last set. But here, coming out of their own corner, Corrupt looks to set it up the wall, but beat out in the air. Daddy out in his own corner again, just playing corner-to-corner ball. Will they be able to get a way out? Annie setting it across their own net, but not a lot of power on it. Contests Fishy, still pushing out to the corner and setting up possibly Corrupt, but Corrupt has 0 boost, gets a very nice touch around one, but Penguin is there to send it back into Newberry territory, and this might just be another shot.
I do like the drive to compete from the Newberry defense, but it is starting to create some issues. Luckily, they're getting away with these double commits that are happening, but they need to settle down on defense, really trust and hone in on who is supposed to go in this rotation. Fishy saving a crucial shot that could have set up Newberry for some new momentum heading into game 2. But as for Newberry, it's all about recreating that momentum that they almost produced. Penguin coming in for one final goal. It's over the head of Corrupt, crossbar down. 8 goals with 8 seconds remaining.
It's always a heartbreaker seeing a Bardowski when you're trying to make these valiant defensive plays, but that's a really tough shot to save, and a really excellent placement there out of NEC. They have 2 players with that scoring a hat trick in this first game.
What I do like from Newberry has been these little half rotations on defense. Even though they're not traditional, at least they've got the confidence to call it off and the trust to let their teammate come in. The only problem is that communication lacks in the most awkward of situations in those traditional rotations, the ones that are going to be the most effective and efficient on defense. Those miscommunications are creating a lot of open space behind them where the net is for New England to come in and score a goal. And I think that there just needs to be that defense tightened up. They do well on offense. Once they get the ball across the field, they start to do a couple of good things, but then defense, they're very reserved and they panic. It's a very strange mix up because you wouldn't expect those things to go together, but it just seems to be the way that I am seeing it for Newberry.
All right, so we are going to have a substitution coming out here. Fishy is going to be leaving the lobby, and NEC will be fielding Mr. Nick, their sub. But I do like what you're talking about there with respect to the way that those rotations were working for Newberry, and I feel like this is something that's really common in like solo queue, especially at a lower level, where there's a lot of waiting for what your opponent's going to do. And even at a higher level, you get that, but you're more assertive at a higher level. At lower level, you're literally just waiting for the ball and waiting for some kind of movement to happen, but you get punished for that much more when you're playing against higher rated players because, well, you just don't have the opportunity of really having that much space.
Yeah, I think what needs to happen here is really focus on the numbers, the 1, 2, and the 3. Who is first to push on defense? The good thing about defense is it is a very easy thing to master. You think of it as a circle. It's the first person goes and then they rotate to the back of the line, and the second person goes and then they rotate to the back of the line. As long as that ball is not crossing midfield, that's what you're doing. But once you get it across, then begin the offense. Let's see what Newberry can do in game 2 after a very difficult loss in the first round, going down 8-0. Couldn't get anything in that first game, but Corrupt is looking to change things immediately. Low on boost, sends one to the corner. Nick, small touch to the side. Now good carry above. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Mr. Nick, and that is a first goal.
If that's a sub, I'm terrified of seeing how you get relegated to that position because Mr. Nick is already looking solid here.
That was pretty insane. I did like the aerial control, but that's one thing that Fishy and Mr. Nick had in common. We watched Nick not necessarily take to the skies too often. They favored the ground play, but they did take off from the wall a couple of times and find some goals that way. I believe there was at least 1 or 2 out of the however many they scored, which I want to say it was 4. It was a lot of them.
3.
That's what we can definitively say.
It was a hat trick. It was an even hat trick.
There you go. Well then, let's see if Mr. Nick can produce the exact same thing. I do have some high confidence that they can. I believe there's also a substitution for Newberry in Champagne now on the pitch. I've got to check my notes. I don't know if I saw this person on the roster. I did not. So this is very confusing for me, but also interesting.
Champagne is in for Annie this time. So Annie, the player that we were talking about being on car cam in the last game, is out, and now in comes Champagne. And this does appear to be a new sign of life for Newberry, but it's not enough to get them out of the graveyard of that next shot here from Mr. Nick. Continuing to put the nail in the coffin, as it were. And this offense is looking impenetrable, but I do want to see the new life coming out of Newberry here.
Well, Newberry, new life. That might be the theme that we get to see in a moment. But the control and the possession that New England have had so far has led to a lot of their success, although that one's given up. Penguin catching down below, runs for the boost, had time to make it. Bouncer over 2, off the backboard. Good touch away by Corrupt. Keep it out of the offensive hands. Rice putting it immediately back in the box. DP missing the save. Penguin didn't want to go. Just wanted to press that pressure and wait out that mistake. That's the patient play style that really benefits New England here. Especially when you've got that skill gap, mistakes are going to become more often. So the more time you wait, the more time you're going to have to shoot that. But Mr. Nick was unable to find the opening, and Penguin sends to the side to regroup.
I'm already seeing a distinct change in playstyle, though, in this entire team, with just one player being subbed out. Champagne being much quicker, much more apt to use their boost, to rotate around, to flip into everything. Sure, there's overcommitment on that, but it means that you're opening up so much space for the rest of your team to be able to play more. So this feels like a much more cohesive team. And I think we might actually see a little bit of offensive play here as Corrupt loses the 50-50, unfortunately, though, dropping down towards the net off post. And no one able to follow it up. Mr. Nick popping it off the backboard, and a continued aggression from NEC. But once again, Newberry's going to wriggle out of this one and look for some kind of offensive play, but they've got to get it through this midfield first.
When we talked about that aggression and getting up in the faces, forcing out those touches from New England. That is something that's going to produce more offensive opportunities for Newberry. We're glad that we found it, but they still sit down 2 goals. Champagne being that possible game changer. Coming around the wall, sending it backboard, Corrupt's up for it, got the shot on, and that is Newberry's first goal of the series.
That comes all off of the back of Champagne willing to commit offensively into the wall, into the corner, and centering up perfectly for Corrupt and for yeah, DP to show up there, both at the same time. Double commit on the offense, but it worked out for him in the end.
It did work out. Sometimes it's just a matter of, yep, it worked, it's fine, let's brush it off and move past it because it had a benefit from it. Yeah, it's not what you want to be doing, but it worked, and that's all you have time to think for. But Rice gives no time to the Newberry defense to think because they're already back to scoring.
Absolutely. It takes so much time for the Newberry offense to really find its own footing. NEC doesn't need that. New England College is just an absolute Gatling gun of shots once they find themselves on offense.
And you keep in mind too how close this game has been for Newberry. Much closer than the last one. And getting that first goal is so crucial, but Mr. Nick has that offensive consistency that's really worked out for him.
Nice set there through the corner from Me Like Rice to pass that one in. That's really what is the big differentiator in this kind of bracket, is those centered balls, the plays off the corner that's going to turn it into a shooting opportunity. If you don't have those, you don't have an offense at this bracket for the most part. Mr. Nick trying to get that same setup in there, stuffed out, but still has the opportunity of centering this ball and not going to dive it down in position, but there is a beautiful follow-up. Me Like Rice takes this low cross into center and puts it away.
I think we all thought that Mr. Nick had the opportunity to fall on that ball, and that's what we were expecting, but Rice was like, nah, this is my goal. Haven't had my share just yet, and they get one down. It's unfortunate that I said it was so close this game, and it has run away since. So have I cursed Newberry? Probably. I take full responsibility for it. But 1:15 to go, Newberry really just needs to find that one goal again, and this time not let up, because leads can evaporate in mere moments in this game, seconds even. Corrupt has the control, big flick up high. Penguin, we've seen them miss before, but not missing this one. Corrupt, backboard. Mr. Nick, sidewall, free net. It's a walk in the park. They go for the pass instead, and it's off the post. Postman, in fact, DP gets the save as Champagne comes in from behind, shoots one down, looking for the rebound, but it's way over their head. 40 seconds to go now, and New England back on the offense.
New England really hungry to get this a little closer to the Brazil, but honestly, if I'm Newberry, I've got to be looking forward towards the third game. Maybe find one more goal here just for the opportunity of getting the morale booster, but you need to find a way of cracking this defense, and NEC is tightening their rotations. Mr. Nick sends it downfield, looking for that center ball once more. Very shallow touch and beautiful pass to Penguin. Textbook play.
How many aerial passes like this are we going to see from Mr. Nick? Almost had the touch again, but Penguin's like, nope, it's my goal now. Mr. Nick really doing a good job of setting up these passes this game. Whether or not the game actually credits them for it, they get it done. With 10 seconds to go, New England once again has run away with this game in almost the same fashion that they did the last. Substitutions proving effective in the first half, but in the second half, maybe it just proved to be the same story for now. New England College up 2-0 sitting on match point.
Newberry showing some definite signs of life as well, but it is a long run for them to get back into the series. They're down 2 games, and even with a better showing than their first game, you need a lot more before you can really have a chance at taking a game away from NEC. NEC is just playing so much faster. Their aerial setups, their passes are immaculate.
They are. I mean, everything about New England in comparison to Newberry right now is incredible. And I'm just not sure what Newberry can do. It's all about really strategy, because a coach can tell you, and us casters could tell you how to play the game all day long, but you have to have those mechanics to back it up. And that's really been a big issue. We've seen some defensive mistakes in terms of mechanics. We saw there was one goal I specifically remember where Corrupt was right in front of it, and they had the mechanics to do it, but underlying factor to it was their reaction time. They didn't anticipate the shot. I think they didn't give enough credit as they should have to the incoming attacker, and that led to them being a little overconfident in the net that they had it covered, and it just slipped by them. And I think that really was the turning point too, is right about smack dab in the middle of game number 2. And it really turns things back around in favor of New England College. So Newberry, once they get that first goal, they can't let it slip. They have to understand now, and especially since they've lived it firsthand, that New England, not only are they fierce, but they can come back and they can build a lead out of nothing and out of nowhere in no time. So be on the lookout. Here could be goal number 1, starting that lead, but Corrupt does have the touch this time to keep it at bay for now.
You know, Grant, you were talking about reflexes. That's going to be important here. Me Like Rice coming over the top to set up the first goal. But as a older Rocket League player, I definitely feel those slow reflexes, and I just wish that the same curse didn't fall on Newberry here as they let their first goal through.
It is unfortunate, and I mean, that time it wasn't necessarily reaction time, it was just the quality of the touch that I believe Corrupt got out of the net there. It was still something that was in reach for Rice to be able to hit, and somehow Mr. Nick hits this one. Don't know where exactly it fell, but apparently it was picture perfect.
And just taking that weird header right there, kind of a pinch off the defender as well to push that one through. Mr. Nick playing so fast, so aggressive, involved in both goals already in the first 30 seconds, and I think we're going to see a lot more out of this player as the season continues. I think this is going to be definitely a player to keep your eyes on in the Navigators series. Dear Lord, NEC playing out of their minds.
I think Penguin has had enough of us hyping up Mr. Nick. It's now their time to shine. I mean, think about it. Mr. Nick has set up passes for Penguin a ton, and I don't think we've given enough credit to this player. They've been incredible. The power they're able to generate on these shots, it's Mr. Nick, they're the flashy one, but the raw mechanics and power from New England right now is insane. Penguin looking for it again, but just ran out of boost to work with. Rice taking it up to the ceiling, Corrupt catching back down. Mr. Nick over 1, needs to beat 2, got it by, post and out, no one there for the rebound. This is time to regroup for Newberry. There is still a lot of time to play, even though it might have felt like half the game was gone already from the 3 massive goals scored for New England. We still have 4 minutes to go for Newberry to find some kind of rebound, but you commit all your resources like that on defense, and it's no wonder the 4th goes in.
Me Like Rice, the last man back on this play. Rotation was going to be a little bit slow, but Corrupt just couldn't quite be there to take that one away, so turning this 3-goal lead into an almost insurmountable 4-goal lead. NEC is looking at their prime and at their peak.
I would have to agree with you, Stage. Rice wants to go even further, though. Lost control, but it slips by anyway. I've got to really see a second one on this. We've talked about the defensive rotations a ton in this series, but you notice on the back corner there, DP's not moving. They're gone. There is no responsiveness in that play as they go down 5-0, and that rotation lacks because of it. Not sure what happened, but it happened, and here we are.
I wonder if DP's just having a little bit of like hardware issues or something like that, because we haven't actually seen them manage to get a touch on the ball. And I mean, sometimes that just happens in games. If you're in the right position and your team's doing things right, you don't touch the ball sometimes. And in this case, sometimes you just get beat by the aggressor so much that you can't get a touch on the ball either. But,
well, sorry, Stage. I wanted to get on that play so hard. Penguin was so insane with that. The way they just walked it around, I can't even think of the right analogy for it, but it was just so incredible the way that Penguin walked in there, faked out DP trying to cut them off, and then turned the defender inside out on the back end. I had to jump in, Stage. I had to give Penguin credit.
He had the ball on a yo-yo. That was the entire play right there. The ball was on a yo-yo.
It really was.
That's obviously cheating.
You're just gonna string. You're just like walking the ball in the park. You're just like, come on, buddy, let's go.
You got the ball on a leash. It's like the rumble magnet.
Oh my goodness, but better and more OP. Penguin demonstrating some insane or in-strain. I was gonna say in-string control, but that makes absolutely zero sense. It's just funnier that I fumbled my words instead. Maybe a fumble on the defense though is what's gonna give this one to Mr. Nick.
Taking this one out of the midfield. DP Daddy tried to chase it down, but instead the setup from Me Like Rice. It's always, corner ball is one of the hardest things to master early on in your Rocket League career because the angles are so dangerous when you're chasing the ball down into the corner. Everything goes to center.
Everything does, but this one's going to midfield. Are you kidding me? That's so heartbreaking, but DP, baby. They get this one in off the rebound. The kickoff was insane. The kill to Champagne's touch, that made the defense go crazy. They're like, where did this speed come from? But sometimes things like this happen, and you sleep on your opponent, allowing that Brazil to finally come. We've seen a high-scoring affair from New England College, but this time we see the Brazil come to the forefront, and now with half a game remaining, what do you do from here? What is the plan? Just get as many goals as you can? I guess so.
I think it's 6 more kickoff goals. You know, if you get your first point on the board at exactly halftime, all you got to do is make the exact same tempo your opponents just did. So, some rapid-fire goals from Newberry. I think it's a long shot, but at the same time, you know that you broke the ice before halftime. You just need to get some big hits, some long clears, really force NEC to start burning their boost.
Oh, for sure. And we got to see some trust here. Recognize when the ball is over your head and the person behind you should go. I think that's been a big defensive mistake. Champagne's camping the boost right now. Not sure how well that's going to work out for them, but Corrupt's crucial touch there makes it work. Mr. Nick sending this one up and out to midfield. Penguins there. Corrupt and DP missing that one. The double commit. Making Champagne go for it. Penguin touching it back into the corner. Corrupt really trying to break Newberry out of this half, but just seems that the ball is going to remain dangerous in that defensive box. Now some bumps from the offense. At any point, we got to get these clears, but that's that reserved play I was talking about where they just kind of camp a net and let the ball come to them, and then it's just wide open from there.
That's a little bit of like a missed anticipation. So we talked about it way back in game 1 even, with the idea of just waiting for your opponent to make a move. It's a really common thing. It works at low-level lobbies, but it means you've got to spring on that as soon as they do something. If you're not anticipating where it's going to go, you're going to be too slow in the air when Mr. Nick was already reading that. Last minute remaining here, 8-1. NEC not taking their foot off the gas at all. Still setting this up into the box. Mr. Nick in a 1-on-3 situation and gonna get this around all 3 defenders, but DP Daddy pushes that one downfield, stopped by NEC, and they're still looking for blood here as we crawl down to the last 40 seconds of the game.
These Wolves are thirsty for just one more goal at the very least. If they're gonna go down on a sweep, well, they might as well show that they gave them a run for their money. Corrupt getting beat by this one, though. It might be a 9th goal, but it's way off target. Rice couldn't get their hands on it either. Penguin missing as well. Champagne with a runaway goal. This has got to be a free one you need to capitalize on, but Nick got a piece of it to send it aside, and now they're in the position for the counterattack past the Rice. Misconnection, and there will be no 9th goal for now. Champagne looking for a second. Dunk up high. Nick taking over. Ball about to touch the floor, and everyone says, yep, all right, fine. 3 games to none, New England College.
Yet another game where we have the double hat trick for NEC. One for Mr. Nick and one for Me Like Rice. Penguin so close to picking that one up. But an offensive slew, an offensive flurry coming out of NEC here with a total of 10 shots on goal, 8 of them capitalizing into goals. That's just, it's so hard to deal with a team that's being that accurate.
For sure, and it's going to be back to the drawing board, but not just in strategy, but I think it's time to grind some mechanics for this Newberry squad. Again, the thing I said earlier, casters, coaches, anybody can tell you how to play the game, but it's all about that execution from there. I think Newberry does have some good ideas with their game plan, but execution has been their biggest issue. They're now heading into week number 4, I believe, with no games to their name. So they're looking to make a change, looking to make a difference, and they just need to put some more hours into the game if they want to compete against teams as this dominant as New England College. New England College gave no space. They look fierce the entire time, and I just don't know who can take down New England College.
We're going to have to see next week But in the meanwhile, we do have some more Rocket League action coming up. So stay tuned with us. Stay with us as we will go to a quick break. But after we come back, we are going to have the Arcadia Knights versus the QU, the Queen's University Golden Gales. I think I'm misreading this. All right,
I think you got
the
it
Golden
staged.
Gales. But we'll be coming back with that shortly. So stay with us. We're gonna go to a quick break.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NECC for some more Rocket League action. My name is Lars Newton. I'm joined here today with Stage to bring you some Challengers Division action between the HCC Dragons and Lebanon Valley Blue. I know you were promised a different matchup. We had a little bit of change in the intermission, but doesn't mean we're not going to have plenty of exciting play. Staged, as always, love to lead these off with that same quick list of questions that you know and love. Staged, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
I'm still just taken aback by the story that you were telling off air about nearly crashing your airplane. But hopefully we don't have any similar flying mishaps in this series because it is absolutely paramount that you have solid aerial control in this game, and this series will be no exception. Both of these teams winning records overall. Whoever loses this will be facing their first loss, and we're right off to the kickoff here, squaring up. Arrow against LVC Faithful, and dang, that's already a lot of contesting in the midfield. Faithful out to the side, and they're just going to look for this opportunity here, but Logs and Trees pushing that out to the corner. Faithful pops it over top. Gars still out of the net, unfortunately. Fuzzy not able to find the connection on that one. And Arrow digs it out to the corner to switch the momentum on this game, but there's a quick clear from Faithful on the demo. Fuzzy looks for the shot, wide open net.
Wow, they have done an excellent job so far here in this game of keeping that ball centered in the field and keeping this one aggressive towards that blue net, able to make those passes across the midfield, and an excellent touch off the wheels. It's soft and slight, but it's just enough to tuck it inside that inside post, and we will see the lead go to LVC off the bat.
Noble in the backfield in a one-on-one situation. Fuzzy manages to get that into the wall and dug through, but there's not a player in position to receive a pass, so Faithful goes for the shot. Magar's looking to go up for that one as well, but not finding any good meat on the ball, and Arrow finally finds a good clear here. Noble trying to chase this down, but Faithful once again digging it out of the backfield, off the backboard, and a nice tip from Faithful there, from Fuzzy. Sending it out to Magar's. This is just a lot of quick touches from the side of LVC. And I feel like HCC so far is having a hard time finding anything solid for too long.
Yeah, LVC is all over the field. They're very quick to challenge the ball, and they're very quick to use passes. And Team Play to open up opportunities. Speaking of which, there was one for Fuzzy, but they didn't quite find the touch to smack that one home. And now a double commit will make this one awkward through the corner, but a quick recovery is able to prevent an effective clear from being an immediate challenge back on that LVC net.
Noble and Logs and Trees, two favorite players from the last season. A pretty solid setup they had overall in NECC, but they're playing against newcomers here, and it looks like they're meeting their match as Fuzzy, Faithful, and Magars might be their first season at NECC, but they're absolutely crushing it here, putting it out towards the center, and there is an easy follow-up for Faithful.
Easy follow-up because of a huge bump play in the mid here. Maggers does an excellent job of getting one into the corner, getting it in front of the net, and then the critical follow-through across the front of the net. Always, always, always in threes. Rotate through that front. Try to look for a bump, a demo, anything you can, because that is what happens when you find a way to execute.
Arrow manages to dig that one out. Almost a kickoff goal there for LVC. That would have been a absolute brutal blow to the mentality here for HCC. But instead, Howard Community College dishing this one out, trying to find any way downfield. They've got the boost on Logs and Trees, but they're not going to have the opportunity to use it as Arrow has to save that one. Noble sending it infield. Pass to Logs and Trees, gets a line drive, but not on target. And now, way open field. Logs and Trees has to race and break this one up. Gets the demo onto Logs and Trees, and now Faithful just shadowing this ball, letting HCC get a little bit of time with it. They just need to find the recovery, find the boost, and right now Faithful sending this one out in the side. They pinch it towards Magars, and the passing plays resume, even without boost.
Well, we're starting to see HCC find a way to shut down some of LVC's opportunities. The scoring slowed down a little bit, and Logs and Trees with opportunity to bring it back within one. Does an excellent job of executing to the top of the net.
I swear to God, Lars, if I ever want a goal to be scored, I've just got to let you talk for a moment. It's going to happen.
You gotta love that little bit of throw chemistry to end up with some thrown shots on net. That cuts that lead in half, makes this a little bit more competitive than we saw in really the first half of this game, with LVC doing an excellent job of controlling the pace of play, but now getting some challenges up in their face. HCC's found a way to turn this one back the other way and keep this one a nail-biter all the way through these last 2 minutes.
Racing up to the sky, Noble not finding the redirect there. Arrow continuously trying to make plays for their team, trying to find these setup shots, but it's not capitalizing too hard yet. And oh, an over-rotation. Noble has to race into that one, break it up. But now, with that demo, there's an open field downfield. It's not going to turn into a goal just yet, but out of the corner, they're looking for a way of centering. Arrow, the playmaker here, sends it to himself. But a little bit of friendly fire means Logs and Trees just has to send that one downfield before getting demolished. Noble missing this one off the corner. Wide open field for LVC. Logs and Trees there in the backfield to send it away from net. But LVC has so much room now. Magar's in. Not able to find any target. Logs and Trees clears this one away, and we're off to the track meet once more. Racing back and forth down the field, looking for any opportunity. Arrow doesn't have it there. Logs and Trees looking to set up another one off the sidewall, but a beaming shot downfield, and Arrow had to be in position there to save that one away. But LVC still has this momentum, still has the aggression, and Noble wants to change that.
What's really interesting about this matchup is it feels like with the way LVC's played, we've spent more time watching, significantly more time watching HCC on defense, but the reality is 51% of the time has been spent in HCC's end and 49% down in LVC's end of the field. Very, very even matchup between these two teams represented on this scoreline, but looks like LVC's looking to put this one away in these last few dwindling seconds, trying to put that last nail in the coffin.
The game is not over yet, though. Even down to 0 seconds with a 1-goal game, this can turn either way. And Logs and Trees booms it downfield. Faithful's on the wall to send it away, but the aggression and the pressure is not being let up. Finally, they get the clear pass. Logs and Trees, the only player on the back end, not able to clear it out of the corner, and this is looking dangerous. Arrow and team have to find a full field clear for this. Fuzzy breaks it up, and down it goes. Game 1 in the hands of Lebanon Valley Blue in an absolute nail-biter to the end.
That was wild seeing these two teams tee off on each other and keep this one very, very close. The one thing that's not quite as close here, LVC has, 11 shots on net compared to HCC only putting up 4. HCC did manage to even this one up a lot going through the mid-game. They did an excellent job of starting to get that ball downfield, starting to get in the face of LVC. If you look over here at the touch heat map, this is where all of the balls have been touched as the game has gone on. You could see a lot of this down in HCC's end, a lot of it on the back wall, but the majority of this play started to develop in the beginning of the game. As the game went on, we started to see these challenges march downfield. We need to see HCC find a way to get more shots on net as time goes on.
And I think that a lot of that comes in with the passing plays, too. Even take a look at the heat map. A lot of it's originating on the right wall and then moving into the HCC corner, as these shots and the passes aren't quite being laser accurate, but they're a non-stop barrage. Even if you take a look at the number of shots coming through, there's 13 shots for LVC, but only 6 of them saved. So that's just a lot of problems with shot accuracy. They're more than willing to put the barrage on there, more than willing to keep pummeling the net. But if you can start tightening that beat a little bit, LVC is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, you noticed a lot of that activity was on the back wall, which is excellent to see out of HCC. It means they're defending the back wall effectively. It makes it very hard for LVC to get follow-up opportunities. Again, the shortcoming here for HCC is the inability to put shots on net. There's a very close one just off to the side, but it's a great start for HCC.
Arrow trying to get another setup here. Gets the 50-50 through, but Fuzzy there to break this one up. Full boost as well. Sends it downfield. Noble not able to get that one through, and they have to defend the backboard once more. Arrow there to pick that one up. Stuffs the attacker as well. Logs and Trees sets up the attack. They have Demolishing, though, coming around, so LVC turns that momentum away. You can't get a full team on offense. Arrow looking to do the solo play here, but stuffed on defense. And back to the midfield, Logs and Trees, no shot opportunity there. Tries for the pass off the back wall instead. And this is just an absolute barn burner. No one's able to find these shooting lanes yet, Lars, and I know that's one of your favorite things to talk about.
I love to be able to see them get the ball to the center, get it in front of the net, because your angles work so much more work for you. When you get the ball in front of the net, it becomes very hard to defend because you can shoot it anywhere on the net. The defenders have to cover everything. You don't realize how small these cars are compared to that net until you see them sitting alone in front of it with a ball bearing down on top of them. But, like you said, a little bit of struggle to actually effectively open up those shooting lanes and take advantage of it. Here's an opportunity, beat over the top, and HCC could get the runaway here. They will, and claim their first lead of the series.
It's a surprise goal as Noble finds the connection right in front of their own net. You don't think that there's a lot of offensive pressure available from your opponent's corner, but that's what you get, a two-touch play to send that one downfield, and HCC showing why they did have a successful season in NECC last time around, looking to keep continuing that and hold their winning record as the ball is once again in front of the net for LVC, but it hasn't been that successful in this position so far this series.
Something to note is center balls work both ways. Accurate teams like these ones can find a way to score from all the way downfield. You have to be careful when you make those center passes, because if you don't have a teammate there to take advantage of it, you could see it very easily going into your own net, just like we saw HCC taking advantage there. Now, looking to put another one on, sending it away. Maggers does an excellent job of getting up and putting a safe touch into the corner. Another critical aspect here is not centering it on your own team.
Ooh, they've got the chase down though here. Fuzzy tries to get a flick, but kind of beans the play. Arrow up over top of Maggers, but that's off to the backboard. It's a really tough place to play defense, but Faithful manages to find a touch into the corner. Maggers pushing it out even further. Noble chasing that one down, up to Logs and Trees, who's just trying to dish that one back and reverse the momentum. Not a lot of boost until Arrow fixed with the full orb, and now has to rotate back. LVC is just continuously cutting off these offenses. Even when you get the boost, you don't get enough time to set up the offense. But as I say that, finally, HCC is getting a little bit of chance. But that's a tough touch over center, which means Fuzzy has to send that one downfield. And we're just back to the volleyball game. Dump and chase, back and forth, big clears, big follow-ups, and nothing that you can do to put a shot on after that clear.
LVC has done a good job of preventing those good shooting opportunities in the offensive end for HCC, but they haven't done a good job of controlling the clears and developing the opportunities themselves. HCC does an excellent job of keeping the ball down and contained. And even as I say that, you can see LVC doing a little bit of it themselves. Maggers not able to get that one on net, and this one could find its way back out the other way. LVC needs to find a way to clear, not just clear their zone, but with purpose, with a plan in mind to get that ball effectively down towards the HCC net.
I feel like LVC is much stronger on these short passes than they are on like the downfield plays, whereas it feels like HCC is a little more comfortable playing downfield than LVC is, but they're having a tougher time making the shorter passes and the connecting plays once they're on the offense.
I think something to note here right now is HCC is the faster team of the two, averaging 3 kilometers an hour faster than their opponents, 4 now, than their opponents on the field. And I think it's allowing them to do that kind of longer play that you see as Arrow gets the cut from the corner.
And they don't even need to get the passing plays here. Getting that cut from the corner instead means that you have more places on the field that you're willing to consider shooting opportunities, which I guess works for their style. It's a little more solo-oriented, which means that you've got to be much more mindful of everyone on the pitch than you do against HCC against LVC. But once more, drifting into the front of the net here, HCC on defense, getting a huge pinch downfield, but caught immediately by LVC. Fuzzy there to pick that one up, gets a demo as well, but Arrow clears it away before any more offensive pressure can develop. And that little bump is going to give a huge opportunity for Logs and Trees to center, but nobody is there. They're just putting a chokehold instead on the pitch. HCC happy to let this one run down at 2-0 as we enter the final seconds of this game.
Final seconds tick away. LVC needs to find a goal right now to have a hope of bringing this one back, and a couple missed opportunities and a huge save from Arrow could be the denial that HCC needed to pick up game number 2 and tie this series. It will be, as the ball, as soon as it touches the ground or the back of the net, this game is over in favor of HCC. LVC just looking for a momentum builder into game number 3. They won't find it, and HCC walks away with the victory.
You know, I feel like we're seeing a lot of Rocket League IQ being displayed from both of these teams, but especially out of Arrow. I feel like just constantly setting things up in the right position. Lars, can you give me any more info in terms of just the play or like some of the prime positioning that we're seeing out of these players?
I want to talk a little bit more big picture than individual players. So let's take a look. This is an activity map of all of the players on the field and where they've been and where they've spent time. Something big to note here is we're seeing a lot of time spent in the defensive end for LVC. As HCC has gotten faster, they've done a good job of breaking out and getting this ball downfield. The one thing I'd like to know I'd like to note is you can see that a lot of that activity is down this side wall here, and they're not doing a great job of taking advantage of the center. You can see where that's manifested in the later goal they had from the corner. I'd like to see them continue to use this entire field like we see here, but do a little bit better job of making that pressure attack right from the front. This low angle, you don't have a lot of opportunities, and it's much easier to defend than something coming from in this sort of lane, and now they have to defend this entire area.
You can see it makes a big frowny face when you've got those two lanes and that angle that you have to defend. Now, do you think that's going to be kind of more enabled by having some of those quick passing plays, or is it just more cutting off the wall sooner?
It depends on your team's play style and the counter play style we're seeing. Right now, the quick passing plays aren't working as well. With the speed HCC is bringing and the quick passing play style of LVC, HCC is able to see those lanes and jump on them quickly, able to get up in the face. HCC, on the other hand, able to get the longer passes, the longer clears. He's an opportunity, the big bump to clear it away. Arrow gets a free one after that manifold, that I've totally broken down.
An absolutely mammoth fly
that's a
downfield.
word. The physical play that opened the net is what I was trying. There's some word there that starts with an M that I just can't quite place right now. But here's Maggers with an opportunity for a double touch, but they cut it just a little bit too sharp on the open net, and they lose the opportunity to tie it off the kickoff.
A little bit of overextension here from LVC, but Fuzzy is there in position to pick this one up. Corner ball in, but Arrow is there. Long ball downfield. Hello. We don't need any of that brutality here. We can have the long balls without the bumps.
Wow. We talked a little bit about that dearth of shot accuracy in game number 1, and it is gone here in game number 2. Right now, HCC just laser accurate, able to strike from anywhere on the field, putting LVC on notice. They're going to have to tighten up their defensive efforts, or HCC could run away.
Beautiful shot there, prevents any kind of credible clear, and Logs and Trees follows that one up, shooting directly at the goalie. That's a nasty strat.
Oof, and Faithful, able to get the touch, but Stage, you know me. You know what I'm about to say. It's not enough to stop the ball. You have to clear the shooting lane. Faithful does a good enough job to prevent the goal and delay the pain, but not good enough to get that ball away from the front of their net, and it allows HCC to pick up their third in less than 60 seconds.
Fuzzy might have the opportunity to start the play, though, for LVC. Gets out to Maggers, back to Fuzzy. A little bit of give-and-go play. These players are playing like walls, just one-touch action back to their own teammates. But Noble here more than happy to be a wall in his own right on defense, sending that one downfield to Arrow, and Arrow sets this one up. Nice save from Maggers, clearing the shooting lane out. Faithful looking to open that one back up off the ceiling towards center, but Logs and Trees exhibiting some clean control to get it away, and a little bit of bump action there as well as he gets himself downfield in towards center. No shot off yet. This is just clean disruption as the shot comes in from Arrow to put it away. That right side is so solid and relentless from Arrow.
You know what I love about casting Rocket League is you can just kind of feel how the players are feeling on the field. And right now, HCC is so comfortable. They are so pleased with where they're at. They're not feeling challenged at all. You can see that Logs and Trees going all the way downfield to steal boost and cherry pick. And not only were they comfortable enough to go do that, it, in the end, through a bit of a roundabout method, yielded a goal, but Faithful looking to turn this one around and get the momentum back for LVC.
maybe that's a problem. You know, maybe you get too comfortable, you're not hyped up enough, so you just let this kind of pass, the solid game plan that LVC has been doing since game one, come through, put the goal up, and now you've suddenly got to deal with the fact that LVC has more than enough time to come back into this game if they keep that kind of play up. Just like here, Maggers looking for the touch into center to Faithful. There we go. You cannot sleep on this team.
2 minutes, 5 seconds gone, and we've got a track meet on our hands. 6 goals scored. That's the second for LVC as Faithful gets an excellent pass, which was coming off of an excellent pass itself. That's that quick pass play you've been talking about, Stage, that they've done such a good job of getting this one up and down the field. You love to see it. Need to see HCC tighten up a little bit. They got a little loose with that confidence. They were very wide on the field, and that is prime real estate, being wide like that for that quick passing offense of LVC.
Fuzzy cutting another airmail play. You talk about comfort, you talk about these wide rotations, even when they're playing a little more narrow and contesting that, when Fuzzy's just faster to the ball in that case, you've got to have somebody back to pick it up, or you got to be faster in the air. But now in a 4-3 set, LVC is showing their stripes. They are more than content in this series if they can just put up a little bit more goals.
HEC notably has slowed down quite a bit from their showing in this last game. They're only still faster than LVC, but only by 1 kilometer an hour. So it's interesting to see how LVC has taken advantage of the slow wide rotation to tie this up after what, a minute and a half, maybe?
It doesn't feel like that. It feels like it's been basically just seconds on the clock, and LVC has completely erased all of the work that Howard Community College has put up in this game so far. HCC needs to make a pivot, and they need to make it now, and Maggers is intent on saying no off the ceiling, and another shot through. Maggers leading the charge here to suddenly put LVC up in game 3.
Wow. Wow. Like to talk about momentum, and let's talk about how the momentum shifted here in favor of LVC. It's one thing to get off to a good start in a game. You do get good momentum. Going up 4 goals to nothing in favor of HCC, that's a train with a lot of energy. On the other side, though, if you can take that train, stop it, turn it around, and put it in your favor like LVC has, that's just so huge. It's got to be great for your mindset. That'll be interesting. Can LVC hold on for 1 minute and 52 seconds to this lead, or will we not see the end of this scoring madhouse?
Absolute bonanza of goals so far for LVC, and they want to continue this, but their boost situation is looking a little bit dire. Noble trying to clear this one through, running downfield, looking for someone to chase him down, but they're not quite having the communication they need for it. So Noble racing back, sending that one downfield again, but a really tough read off that side wall means that now it's all on Logs and Trees and Arrow on defense. Logs and Trees gets a big challenge, sends it downfield, and Noble, huge touch for the clear that gets by Faithful. Will Noble have the shot off here? Fuzzy racing back to save it. And now, back to the midfield. HCC desperate for a goal in this last minute. And Arrow's gonna put it on! Yes! Right off the corner!
Sometimes all you can do is laugh. 5-5 with 1:03 left. It's a great pass to center, and that is why it's so difficult. At this point, you can see that shot coming right down the pipe. LVC is put in this position where they just have to dive across the net and hope they find the right spot, hope they get lucky with their pick and end up in front of that ball. Allows HCC to put that in a very difficult to save position and tie this one back up.
I think that's one of the first shots this game from HCC that's coming from that prime time spot in the shooting lanes you were talking about. But they need one more to take this away from overtime, and Logs and Trees wants it. Faithful up fast to save, but now in an awkward situation, Arrow trying to at least get the 50-50. Out to Logs and Trees again. Beautiful placement, but even better save from Maggers. And now HCC is smelling blood in the water, trying to find a little bit of boost and a little bit of time, but they gave a little too much to Faithful here. Can't follow up on that play, but getting a lot of momentum here for Maggers and the rest of LVC. Deep in the territory of HCC, they've got one more opportunity to break out of this overtime possibility, and Maggers is intent, focused, bearing down on this one. Arrow with the return fire, and Noble to Final 0. HCC take game 3.
Man, Arrow threatening there for the double, and you can see Faithful go up. They're trying to challenge the ball. They get the bump. You think, is that the end of this opportunity? But Noble has a great follow and a great read, and that puts HCC up in the series after dropping game 1. They're now on a roll, putting themselves on match point. This is dangerous territory. The thing they've done, they've got now 12 shots to 8 on the side of LVC. This is the momentum. This is the pressure. This is the speed we needed to see out of HCC. LVC needs to find a way to answer.
And, you know, on top of the bragging rights, on top of just the stakes of these games, you've also got to consider the entire series that these teams have been playing so far. The fact that both of them are currently undefeated in the NECC in Week 3 means that whoever loses this series is going to have their first loss. You talk about momentum, that chalks up to a much larger problem. Meanwhile, HCC 1 game away from remaining undefeated. It's far from a free one, though, as LVC has been putting up so much resistance throughout this set.
Yeah, this isn't a runaway victory for HCC by any stretch of the imagination. It could have been had they managed to hold on through that mid-game kind of region where LVC was able to put up 5 and take the lead. Oh my goodness, that would have been a devastating blow to LVC and their momentum and their confidence going into game 4 here. As we get started in game 4 here, that's not the case. LVC and HCC as close as ever, and the slugfest continues between these two teams as Maggers doesn't quite get it past Arrow.
Arrow's defense continues to be resolute, but LVC always putting on these credible threats, even from downtown. Maggers looking for the cherry pick to Faithful, but a decent clear out there as the pinch comes in, but a tough read off the sidewall. Fuzzy looking for himself, not going to find that one. And now Maggers up in the air, getting the flip resets, trying to fake out Logs and Trees, but Noble and Logs both aggressing, send that all the way downfield. The flip reset fanciness is not enough to put a goal on yet.
A little disappointed that didn't yield a goal because you could see them get the double flip reset to put that one on, but it was well played by HCC, getting up and challenging that one early before that has the time to really develop. That's absolutely the move when you see a player looking for a mechanical play like that, especially when you have teammates behind you. You can afford that room to at least get in the way, make them miss, make them do something. Even if you get beat, it makes it much easier to save on the backside.
Now HCC not having as many of the flashy mechanical plays so far, but their offense is absolutely incredible, as this is almost waterfalling right in front. Logs and Trees missing that one, but it was a fake. Unfortunately, they're not able to put anything away just yet, and Arrow sending that one downfield, broken up by Faithful. Logs and Trees still has the continued pressure off the backboard once more. Arrow looking for a play, stuffed by Faithful, and now on the retreat. Oh no, a mistouch back to the backboard. But it's not enough to turn into a goal for LVC, and now they're back on their own midfield defense here. The pressure looks to be turning around. Nice pass out to Faithful, up to Maggers. This is the standard rotation this team sees, all give and go in the midfield plays. They're having so much trouble finding the net with that style.
The dangerous touch off the back wall there we just saw out of LVC, and I understand what the intent was to pop that one up and quickly turn it back into hopefully a re-attack opportunity. Unfortunately, all it really does is increase the angle from the back wall to allow a better shooting lane for Arrow, who's been so deadly so far here today. Fortunately for LVC, they get away with not getting scored on there, but you have to be very careful. I think when the ball comes down to your back wall, your options are you either need to send it with absolute authority deep into your opponent's end, or keep it close to the back wall. It's such an incredibly difficult, almost impossible angle to shoot off of. You need to keep it close. There's a pass to the center from Fuzzy. Be very careful with HCC lurking in the midfield.
Arrow continuing the pressure, looking for the double tap. Going to be broken up by Faithful once more, continuing to be resolute on defense. But all of this pressure mounting. Fuzzy finally getting it around the defender, around the aggressors, really. Looking for their own setup this time. Arrow preventing that center ball from coming out to Logs and Trees, back to Arrow. Arrow has Noble in center, trying to drop this one in, but it's a little bit too sharp of an angle, and so now the flying V formation coming out from LVC is immediately broken up. They have to play out of their own corner, and it is all about patience, boost management, and finding any kind of opening in Howard, but the midfield control is unassailable at the moment.
Doing an excellent job of getting in each other's faces. Both of these teams have threatened greatness with just gorgeous passing plays up and down the field. But they've also done an excellent job of reading these passing plays, and we've seen good transitions through the midfield with those passes. It's just when it comes down to the wire, when it comes to that wall, oh my goodness, Logs and Trees is going to get a quick little pop on the net, and of all the ways you think you might have seen a goal, this isn't what I expected, but I think HCC will be happy to take it.
Take anything you can get at this point in time. I mean, this has been the longest scoreless streak we've had in this entire series against two teams that have really looked explosive in their offense, but evenly matched no less. Maggers trying to set this one out to straight, set it to even. Out to the corner, fuzzy to Maggers. Connection is missed, though. Put that in the newspaper. I don't even know if kids remember missed connections in the newspaper anymore.
I think the best you're gonna get, and even that may be too old, is Craigslist also had their missed connection section. I think it still exists, but we'll see for how long. As Logs and Trees, or as I saw in chat, Pogs and Trees. I do happen to enjoy that quite a bit. Is looking for one, is looking to get that physical play in front. Noble with a great 50, but no boost to recover. Now it's Faithful, it's Arrow. Faithful looking for the physical play, over commits forward, and is gonna allow Arrow an opportunity here to put one more away. 25 seconds remain. HCC looking to secure the series. LVC looking to stay alive. This one deep down in the offensive end as the final few seconds are ticking off the clock. Arrow with the clear. It's a pass out to Noble. Shot on net. That's just off the corner. But Logs and Trees off the crossbar. Can't find a way to finish. One last opportunity for a goal. Noble into the wall, and this one will fall across the center of the field, and HCC is able to eke out a victory in game number 4, but man, was that hard-earned over a very solid LVC team.
I definitely want to see more of LVC as the season continues. That first game was one of the most stellar performances I have seen in Challengers Division so far. But then HCC found their footing, finished the download, and run away with 3 games straight. Logs and Trees, the Loggers Poggers from Howard Community College, continuing to be an absolute tour de force with their undefeated streak in this season of the NECC.
Yeah, if you are going to be playing up against LVC going forward, though, this scoreline doesn't represent how close this was. 3-1 doesn't show that all of those games were 1-goal games. One of them coming down to a 0-second goal. I mean, both of these teams came out here. They absolutely gave it their all. And it's unfortunate, really, as we go through time and like, oh, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Some of that gets lost. But just note, let it be on the record, LVC is a team to look out for. Speaking of teams to look out for, Bay State Maroon versus St. Clair Saints, Gold of the Champions Division. It's going to be an exciting matchup. We will be right back to bring that to you. Stick around.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 3. My name is Bass from the past, and joined alongside me here today is the one, the only Lars Newt. And Lars, we're back after a little bit of delay. It's not necessarily going to be our fault. For once, we get to avoid the technical issues on our side. It's actually Rocket League's side. Rocket League had an update while we were gone, and the Steam servers also, had maintenance. So we're back about an hour later, but we've got a banger for you guys here today. It is Bay State versus St. Clair. We are in the Champions Division, and Lars, we don't have a lot of run-up time. We're just gonna get right into this one, my friend.
Well, we got some catching up to do, but I'm so glad we don't have to skip over this series because this could be the best series of the night, if not the season. And yes, I did absolutely steal that from you in the intermission. And right off the bat, there's a quick look on the net. And these teams are ready to get off to a quick and aggressive start.
A good back and forth here. And I mean, listen, the words will ring true no matter what. This really is going to be a banger of a series. And it's because people can make shots like that and players can make saves. I almost don't know what to even say. I'm stumbling over my words because the action 30 seconds into this one is already explosive. The question is who comes out on top first. Do need to state one thing though. Bay State at the moment is not playing with their full squad. They are currently running with a substitute. Omar, unfortunately, is not available for this series. So instead, they're running with Magic. But oh my, Magic's still a very capable player. And they're showing that with some aggressive offense to start off this first game.
Well, Bay State represented by False, Ness, and Magic St. Clair, Jay, Comp, and Spoods. Comp is that player that made that enormous save earlier that you just didn't have any words for. And we talk a lot about kind of feel each other out periods and warm-up periods when we do these series in Rocket League. There was none of that here between these two teams. They got up to such an aggressive start, and it continues to be a breakneck pace between these two teams. It's going to be exciting to see if this holds throughout the rest of the series or if they start to settle into a bit of a routine as they start to figure out what they need, where the cracks in the armor is, and start to really methodically apply pressure.
Yeah, that's a big thing here. Is definitely it's going to be a little bit of a slower pace. Both teams are going to play a little bit more patiently and develop these plays a little bit more. But for right now, someone's got to develop at least the first play of this game. Neither team able to find themselves a goal within about 2 minutes of play. Bay State back on offense here, going to try and lock their opponents in, and Ness almost gets a free shot there. Spood's a little bit careless taking that one across the net, and now Bay State really have the pressure on their opponent. St. Clair desperate to get out of their half as Jay, with 0 boost in the tank, just has to touch this one in the corner. Still 0 boost though, so Spoods has to be the one to rescue and take this one to the ceiling, but I think that just means Bay State can go right back into another offense. Ness up for this one, tries to get the redirect, but Jay with a great save in front of the net. And this really is end-to-end right now, Lars. I have to wonder what it's going to be that breaks this little bit of a stalemate that we've got. The shots have been incredible, yet still nothing finds the back of the net.
I'm sitting here watching my heart rate go higher and higher and higher because all these shots, they look like free opportunities in front of the net, and just the speed of the players to get up and make a challenge is absolutely incredible. Their ability to take the ball with confidence across the front of their own net and then say, nope, that's okay, I'll take this 50 and I will continue on the way, just like you see here as the pressure continues. Ness finally getting this one clear of the zone. That's a big send up, but Comp is up very early to clear this one into the corner, and it seems as if excuse me, it seems as if St. Clair is starting to settle a little bit in the defensive end. They're not allowing the ball into that shooting lane quite as often.
Yeah, they're understanding how the offense is really building itself here. Oh my, and well, the offense is also building itself on the other end. St. Clair, great touch out of Jay, and Spoods sees Magic in an awkward position and does the most with it. Good attempt at a save. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite make it though.
Yeah, good enough. Or excuse me, good attempt, not good enough, as that one's going to find its way in. And my attempt at words, not good enough, evidently. I'm with you. Just a little scrambled as we just are so, it's almost shell shock. After that delay in the intermission, a lot of kind of nothing to have it turn around into this absolute blast fest. Now we're tied up. Ness off the post with a runaway goal.
Oh, that's just dirty. You see him fake out Spoods at midfield. Comp dives on that one, too, and it's a freebie for Ness to take it cross court. The only player without an esports decal on at the moment. Everybody else rocking that brand new update that we mentioned earlier. The question is whether or not those esports decals for everyone on St. Clair can propel them to a victory here in game number 1. Again, this is game number 1, Lars. I don't even know how to overemphasize this. If this is how we're starting off the series, what on earth is game 5 going to look like?
And it's going to be really interesting if these players have the mental stamina to keep this up. And I don't even know why I even bother questioning that, because you know they do. All of these players competing at the highest levels of Rocket League, including out here at NECC. Make sure if you haven't already, hit that follow button, because we're always bringing you the action. Here it is on net, but false. Almost as the save. It's not enough, and Comp with the cleanup.
I gotta give credit to Comp here on this one, not only for the initial shot, but you can see he waits. He knows that save is not going to be that powerful, so he just kind of lurks in front of the net, gets there for the follow, and slams that one home. And with only about 70 seconds left on the clock here, this could be the downfall for Bay State, who, again, I believe they were the first team to score in this game, so 2 unanswered goals in a row. They're really going to have to try and recover here. Magic doing the most, though, with a great flick out, and now Ness with a good 50-50 should build this one into an offense. Can we see St. Clair, though, hold on and keep this victory in game number 1? They're going to push this one out to midfield, and not the greatest toucher. Actually, no touch whatsoever. Falls does get back to this one, but it's in last-second savior fashion. So we got to wonder if Bay State are going to be able to break out of their half. If St. Clair go back to the suppressive offense, Lars, that might be all she wrote for game number 1.
Well, 30 seconds left to see who's going to walk away with the victory here. St. Clair doing an excellent job of holding on to the pressure, but a couple more opportunities left. Not going to happen, though, as the mistouch on the back wall, or lack thereof, allows Jay a relatively simple cleanup.
Oh, you just knew Jay was going to pounce on this one if Magic missed. He was pre-jumping that one before it even hit the backboard and recognized a little bit of weakness. And, well, sometimes that's all that separates the two teams, is that little bit of defensive play and those mistakes on the back end. And, well, I think Falls has called it here in game number 1. Not even going for the kickoff with about 20 seconds left, recognizing maybe it's time to talk to the team and get a little bit of communication going, figure out what they did wrong here in game number 1 so they can recover throughout the series. Because, again, this really does have the makings of a best-of-5 that goes to game number 5 here. It's been very competitive back and forth, and while Bay State haven't really had an answer for the 3 goals from St. Clair, I've got faith they'll be able to make the adjustments, and we will get to see a heck of a back and forth.
Well, they're going to get one for the road. I love to see the 0-second goal, even though it doesn't change the outcome of the game. Perhaps, maybe a little bit of confidence and momentum into game number 2. Maybe not. We'll have to see when we get to game number 2. But an excellent way to start this series. An absolute banger. And, oh, what do you know? My heart rate's up another 12 from the last time I checked. And we're just going to see, maybe have paramedics on standby.
We're going to have to find out. It's looking like that might be necessary considering the absolute heartbreaker we're having here for Bay State. They got to be feeling that one after giving up what was a little bit of an unnecessary goal from Magic's missed touch on the backboard. They're going to really recognize that, you know, every single touch they make here in the series is going to be so important. When you get to this high of a level, Lars, you cannot be making mistakes like that just because someone's going to punish. That's half of the goals you get at this level, is just the fact that teams are basically going to wait for that mistake on the back end, capitalize while the opportunity arrives, and usually that's kind of the separating factor. Here, 100%. Bay State had not given that up. St. Clair, we're tied right now, and we go to an overtime.
Absolutely, and this is something I feel bad as a caster harping on it all the time. Have to defend the back wall, have to defend the back wall. And for the attackers, you have to attack the back wall. Why? Because it's such an effective way to put shots on net, is to, you know, not put shots on net, to put them into that back wall. And when you see mistakes like that, just like you said, it's going to be punished. So going forward into game number 2, it's really going to come down to not who can open up the opportunities so much as who can avoid making those little slip-ups that gives that edge that allows the opponents to toe in and climb this wall.
We're going to have to find out which one of those teams, though, is going to capitalize upon those mistakes and which one's going to make them, because here we go, game number 2, and already, though, we've got some offense from Bay State. Dude, what is with this? It's the second game in a row where just literally out of nowhere, immediately Bay State are taking shots.
They're taking big shots, but it's been Comp back-to-back off that back wall. Oh, my goodness, off the post. Doesn't quite find it in. Comp, that defensive effort has been incredible. High on the top of their net, able to touch that one away, but they're not able to get to that one. A nice, easy dump in, and False with an easy cleanup.
Look at that from Ness, just the perfect carry in the corner there, then gets the dribble in the air and just passes it out to Falls. I can actually kind of understand for once why Jay and Comp just kind of sat there and watched that one. They went, yeah, nah, we have to let him score this. It's unfair if we block this one. They've deserved it at this point, and well, Bay State deserves the lead that they have created here 30 seconds into game number 2, but this is familiar territory, Lars. Last time we were here, St. Clair had 3 uncontested goals in a row, so Bay State gonna have to prove they've got some defense here in game number 2.
It's a good carry over the mid for Jay as they show excellent car control from ground to air. And now here it is again, wall to air, trying to get the 50 on Ness, but they don't win that one. And Comp will dive in to at least prevent the clear. Seeing a little bit of a desperation throw here out of St. Clair, just preventing the clear. Ness is able to clear that one away from the front of the net, but Comp is up yet again, looking for a dirty double touch. Not quite there, but it's a threatening shot, and really means that Bay State has to really respect that ability to be deadly from anywhere. Now Spoods on the turn, met by Magic, and this onslaught out of St. Clair is just deadly. Have to see this one get clear. Bay State, please just clear the zone for your sake and mine.
What are you supposed to say after an exchange like that? Like, oh, wow, what incredible defense, what incredible shooting, what incredible gameplay. Both sides are just popping off right now. There's nothing we can say but absolute excellence on both sides. The unfortunate truth, though, is that despite St. Clair with some overwhelming offense, I was going to say they haven't been able to score yet, but the caster curse had to show its face at some point throughout this game. Double commitment in the mid, and once again, Lars, it's a game defined by your mistakes. You've got to be careful on defense.
What do you say after an exchange like that? I don't know. That's why I was trying so desperately to throw bats. But no, I do want to harp on something here. It's great to be able to make a save, but it's not enough if you can't clear the shooting lane. And what constitutes the shooting lane at this level of play is so wide. Ness had a good save, and maybe at a lower level of gameplay, that ability to get it off to the side there would have been enough. Not here, not with these players. You have to get it either deep into the corner or deep downfield. Leaving it anywhere near the top of the box is going to be punished like we see there. And now, familiar scoreline 1-1 as we come up on halfway in game number 2.
The unfortunate thing for Bay State here is that, again, last time they were at this scoreline, they ended up conceding another 2 in a row. They almost do it there as well, and a good demo from Comp is actually going to open up a little bit of space. And we know what happens here, Lars, when they do get that space. St. Clair so good at locking their opponents into their half, starving them of boost and making them uncomfortable on defense. Last time it forced a double commitment out of nowhere that completely opened up the net. And I think St. Clair are looking for another one here. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. They have locked their opponents in for quite some time. But Spoods needs to get a pass out to the center, and actually not only will not do that, but will pinch it all the way back to the other half. Ness is up for this one, can't beat out Jay, but maybe now it's a chance for Bay State to find a goal. No such luck. Pass from Magic a little bit too slow, and Ness instead will have to try and restart from their own half.
We spent a lot of time talking about when we want to see something different, what's something that we want to see a change in to maybe get an advantage. Something I want to talk about that both of these teams is doing really well that I don't want to see go away, that I want to see more of as this game goes on, is there's no free space on this field. Anywhere there's a ball and a player, there's a player from the other team right there to make a challenge. And oh goodness, speaking of which, Jay in the face of Bay State will smack that one home.
Oh my word, again, another small double commitment, and it did not necessarily lead directly to a goal, but Magic by themselves had to try and carry that one out, and when there's no backup to cover the net afterwards, it's an easy challenge for Jay to make. That risk absolutely should be taken every single time, and Jay knows that he will capitalize, and he will capitalize again. A miss off the wall from the kickoff, and all of a sudden, we're back to the same scoreline as in game number 1, Lars.
This is so familiar. Are we seeing, or is this just a replay? Is our broadcaster messing with us and we're just seeing the same game over? No, we're not. This is just the consistent level of play between these two teams, and it's really demonstrating. Oh my goodness. Demonstrating.
No, you're right. Demonstrating.
It's demonstrating. It's really showing how these teams have gotten to where they are in Rocket League, because at the end of the day, it's great to be able to pop off and hit those big flashy clip plays, but consistency wins championships, and both these teams playing very consistent here. Unfortunately for Bay State, St. Clair's consistent in the first 2 games here has been just a little bit better than Bay State. Bay State needs to find a way to ratchet it up one more little notch and really just edge out a win here, because if not, they're going to be staring down the barrel of match point.
They just might. At this point, it's been pretty clear that St. Clair have demonstrated how good of an offense they can pull out of pretty much anywhere. That's one of the craziest things about St. Clair right now, is that no matter if they're out at midfield, if they're in the final third, wherever they are on the field at this point, it looks like they've got the advantage just because they're so threatening from any place. These shots have ring out of nowhere, and that's the craziest thing, is that as much as Bay State are finding success on offense, it feels like the only way they have a threatening shot is if they can find those infield infield passes. So they need to kind of mix this one up a little bit here. I think that their offense, while it has not been bad, is a little bit stale. It's got to be a little bit more of a variety of shots here if they want to surprise St. Clair, because at this point, St. Clair have them red, and St. Clair have a 4th goal as well. 4-1 here with only 3 seconds left, and, well, at least we get a different scoreline than in game number 1, Lars.
That was a gorgeous little touch by Spoods there. Wow, soft off the wheels, well read. It wasn't really necessary. That ball wasn't going to get saved, but it's a great show of skill to be able to put that one on like that. As we see this victory firmly in the hands of St. Clair, I feel like a broken record saying I feel like a broken record, but I think another thing here that I talk about a lot when I see teams struggling to find offensive pressure is physicality. Physicality. I think that's been something that's been a little missing on both sides of the field, in particular on the side of Bay State. We haven't seen a whole lot of demos throughout either game, and I think that could be a great way to try to open up this net. St. Clair, so fast to the ball, so fast in these challenges, but that only works when you have 3 players working in a solid rotation, allowing you to dive at that ball, to make these quick challenges, to get up in the face of your opponent. I think if Bay State can remove a player from that rotation, it can go a long way towards opening up opportunities on the net.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is that they just kind of need to create that space. Like you had mentioned before, it just doesn't exist. So if it doesn't exist, you have to create it in some way, shape, or form. And for Bay State in particular, that seems like a more prominent thing than I would say for St. Clair. St. Clair have had a lot of goals that seem to just kind of pop off out of nowhere, where they do have a single player that opens up that space and then they can work with that. For Bay State, they're trying to hold on to that space and capitalize when it arrives, i.e. a lot of infield passes, a lot of passing plays towards the center that they just don't really have the space for. So if they can create it, I think they've got a lot of chances on offense here. I really do see this series continuing from here on out. It's just going to be a difficult task for Bay State. At this point, they need to reverse sweep against St. Clair, and considering both of these teams so far in the NECC are undefeated, it's a big task, to put it simply here. But I've got faith. If Bay State can do it, I'm pretty sure they're the team too. Or, excuse me, if anyone can do it, Bay State are the team too. Getting a little bit mixed up in my words here. And, well, with good reason, because we're in game number 3. Bay State are currently down 0-2 in one of the most hectic series we've seen this entire season. And, oh, my word, it almost started off hectic in game number 3 again. Can we get the first minute of a game where someone doesn't score? That's all I'm asking for at this point.
This is unbelievable, as Comp is going to make you eat those words, not just within the first minute, within the first 15 seconds. The pass from Jay to send this one down. You can see Falls looking to defend high on this one. They tried to rotate over top, avoid that physical play that was rotating through the front of the net, but it forced them too far out of position to get back down, and that's where I love to see physicality. All St. Clair had to do was threaten the physical play. They didn't even have to do it, but Jay out of the corner, and I can't even finish my point because 6 seconds later, there's another goal.
And it's the same thing you were just talking about, threatening that physicality. Comp comes dashing towards Falls there and does not let them get an easy save. I'm not even sure if they were able to get a touch there, but no matter what, it's enough that they are able to knock them off of their game, get them uncomfortable, and they capitalize perfectly. And, oh boy, they just might capitalize again. 3 goals in the first minute or so would be something special. No such luck, though, as Jay tries to go for a follow-up there. But, hey, at least Bay State are starting to slow the bleeding down. Now the question is can they make the comeback happen? Because they may have 4.5 minutes, but 2 goals in their favor against St. Clair, oh, that is a tall task, to put it simply.
Oh, it's something they have struggled to do all series. I think the most they've finished with is 2 goals, and that was on a last-second goal in game number 1 that didn't affect the outcome of the game. So they need to find a way to really take control of this series earlier on. I want to see them in the lead, ideally by more than 1, with about 90 seconds to go. It's going to put themselves in a more comfortable, confident position, but that's going to be a tall order as Comp will extend the lead to 3.
You say confident, what about competent? Apparently Comp at this point really doing the most with this one. Pops this one center and then comes through. Oh, I thought he actually got a double touch off the backboard after. That's a little bit unfortunate, though. That one getting own goals, and I have to mention it because it is somewhat of a factor here. I think part of that is that Bay State is having a little bit of connections issues here. Ness, not with 100% on the connection here at... Oh boy, it has gone from what was 100?
Different kind of 100%.
Yeah, that is 999. I think I've seen that maybe 3 times in Rocket League before, so struggling a little bit with the technical side. Hopefully they can iron that one out because they really do need all 3 players if they want a shot at beating St. Clair.
Oh, the hill to climb gets steeper and steeper. We were looking at, I don't know, Kilimanjaro, and it's starting to look a little bit more like Everest as St. Clair is able to extend this lead just a little bit further. A demo and then a rotation through the front of the net. I can't say it enough. In threes, you always have to be moving through the front of your opponent's net, as you could see where St. Clair has been able to absolutely tee off on the scoreline.
They've looked incredibly strong here, and I have to respect the sportsmanship, though, as well. Bay State and St. Clair both kind of recognizing the ping issues at the same time, and players from St. Clair being able to say, hey, sorry about that, that's unfortunate, at least recognizing that this isn't necessarily, you know, the back and forth that they would hope for here in Game 3. They want to see this really uber competitiveness, but at the moment, it really is rather difficult for Ness to find a grip here, as he's just kind of driving around the field, hoping that he's in the right place at the right time, because I don't know if you've ever played at this ping, Lars. Whenever you have this type of ping, every touch on the ball whips it across the pitch and you have no idea where it's going to finish up. Oh my, Jay, though, completely knew where that one was finishing up, saw the touch off the backboard, and slammed that one home.
Oh, it's a good exhibition of skill out of St. Clair, and it's just unfortunate that it comes to the detriment of Bay State as they look to work through their technical issues, and I think at this point, maybe too steep of a hill. Even if that ping were to settle down right now, it'd be a borderline miracle to make the comeback with this kind of deficit with that time left against this team. So unfortunate again for Bay State, and we all really feel for them. This has been a rough day for Bay State, losing a player and bringing in a sub and then losing a second player to technical issues. I don't have any other words to say about it. It's just a real shame to see at this level of competition. What could have been an absolutely incredible Game 5 series has fallen to technical issues.
That's a little bit unfortunate here. The good thing is that we did get two rather competitive matchups here for the first two games of this series. So I gotta say, as much as this, you know, isn't exactly what Bay State were hoping for, now they've got a little bit of extra fire going into playoffs here. I have faith that both of these teams are going to be able to make playoffs, and when they do, oh my, Bay State are going to want revenge and are going to want a better showing, because at this point, they really haven't been able to display their skills all too much. And well, I think we're getting into a little bit of a 1v1 here. I think the players, are respecting the fact that one of the players cannot play, so they're just kind of like, yeah, you know what, Ness, do your thing on the side. We're going to just dribble this one around, and I think at this point, Lars, it's kind of fair to call the series. This is going to be a 3-0 in favor of St. Clair, as Ness is now consistently at 999 ping. I don't know if I've ever seen a player that can basically get back up to that number multiple times in a series. Most of the time you see it like once and then it fades out. No, we're still at 380. The minimum is 380 now.
Yeah, this is like they're playing on a cell phone Wi-Fi hotspot in a one-bar area in the middle of nowhere, seeing that ping sit where it has been. Unfortunate, but it's good to see the players willing to just let the clock run out. It would be very unfortunate for this to just be kind of a massacre on the side of St. Clair, and I love to see this kind of sportsmanship out of players, especially something to note here, a very young team. Everybody on the side of Bay State is a freshman, and on the side of, on the side of St. Clair, everyone that's currently on the field is a freshman as well. The only non-freshman on the team is Fusion, who is not currently playing. Double check the roster to make sure I didn't screw this up. And a lot of times when you have players that are younger, you may see a little bit of sportsmanship issues, but not the case here, as we're looking to see
all right,
the
well,
double flip reset challenge get immediately met.
I should explain what just happened there, by the way. Everybody started driving out of the corners because, for fun, I said, all right, 100 credits to whichever player can hit a flip reset double touch first. And, well, Balls did not do that. He went for the double flip reset almost first. And I appreciate the attempt there. Unfortunately, it's not quite what we were asking for. And now the player's trying to figure out who's going first. Spood's currently yelling at Ness to go, as Ness does not go, so Jay will go instead. So, hey, listen, we get a little bit of exhibition of skill first. Let's see what someone can do here. Oh, will Combo still get the double touch off the post? I don't know if that's going to count. They're now arguing that that one counts. I don't know about that one, lads.
I mean, it was technically a flip reset to a double touch. Just wasn't one player that did it. I mean, you did save a bunch of money on your skins earlier today, so you might have a few laying around. So we'll see.
Oh, I'm loving this. Listen, I have to admit, I didn't necessarily think this one would finish in somewhat of a heightened mood, but I'm glad to see the players having some fun with this one, trying to show off their mechanics. They may not necessarily be succeeding within their mechanics, but you know what? It's good to see a happy ending to what was not necessarily the perfect series here. St. Clair take a 3-0 with a little bit of technical issues on the side of Bay State. We're going to hope that next time, like I said, I really do think these two teams are going to match up again in playoffs, and when they do, I really hope we get a great back and forth, because these are two incredibly capable squads, and I wish the best for both of them.
You know what that means is we really just have to do playoffs as a LAN so that this kind of stuff doesn't happen. I think that's the obvious answer here. The easy answer, obviously, to just do a LAN 5-head. Come on.
A little bit easier said than done, but we'll shoot for those high ambitions in the future. For now, what we're going to shoot for is no more technical issues throughout the night. Let's hope that that is the last of them, as that is also the last of that series. A 3-0 sweep going in favor of St. Clair. They're keeping themselves on that undefeated record, going 2-0, and I think now overall 6-0 as well. I'll have to double check the sheets there to make sure on that one. Yeah, 6-0. Woo, 6-0 overall, Lars. That's an impressive start, to put it simply.
Yeah, especially for teams competing at this level to not drop a single game across 2 series. That's a big deal. Now, maybe they would have to Bay State had we been able to see this one play out in proper, but unfortunately, just issues abound on the side of Bay State, none of which being their fault. So to be very clear, it's just very unfortunate to see the way that went, but we still got to see some awesome Rocket League. We got to have a little bit of fun with it, and the upshot for us on the production side of things is we get to get a little bit closer to back on schedule after tech issues of our own. Speaking of being back on schedule, St. Ambrose versus Grandview Black coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. It is match 5 of the night. My name is Grant, CFO, and over on one of my sides, I don't know, it's flip-flopped, but over there, I do know, is a fine-looking Hail Monkey Man joining me tonight for the action. My man, how are you doing?
You know, I am the monkey of the men, and I'm here to hail you, Grant, as we get to see some awesome action here in the Champions Cyan Division and get to have some awesome talent here on the pitch. It's red versus blue, orange versus blue. It's a bunch of different colors versus each other, and we get to see these two schools of Boise State Broncos and the Missouri Baptist University able to go against each other, and this one is gonna be just oh so fun. The Spartans ready to be able to take those spears and take it to the pitch.
Oh, this is always fun. When you got Boise State Broncos on the pitch, you know it's going to be wild. And specifically, you know it's going to be running wild. Bronco Mania. The only catch is the fact that neither of these teams have come out with a victory yet. They are both still hunting for that first series victory. Last week, Bronco Mania, they went down 2-3. That game went all the distance. But the Spartans lost 1-3 against Columbia College Navy. So both teams, I mean, not the happiest of starts for them. I'm sure they're a little bit disappointed, but they're looking to turn things around. Only unfortunate part is that only one will come out on top.
But you know what? Coming on with a game or two of a win is a great omen, and a nice play here from Baynock as they were going to get some dribble and control, and looking for to be able to get a bump is Stully. Gets around one. There's been a lot of pressure so far from Missouri Baptist as they've been working their way upfield. This is a big open lane, but the cutoff there is going to keep this one going to the opposite side corner. And so far, we've just been kind of seeing a little bit of a trade of blows, some slow extended pressure from the likes of Missouri, but we're getting Boise State trying to march their way out of their own half, getting a little bit caught here. They should be able to make it out.
I love the physical play that we're seeing specifically from Stooley right now. They're hunting for demos anytime they can, and they're doing it well. They're doing it within their rotation, which is going to allow for a lot of space to open up, but not now. Stooley got bumped. Luckily, that one hit crossbar. Sloth off the backboard. Tendo taking over. This is Missouri Baptist trying to regroup from a fierce Boise State roster, but Lions is going to give it to him straight 1-0.
Lions coming in as a new man on the roster and gives it over to Baynock, who has already taken 3 shots inside the first minute and a half. That has been some nonstop pressure. They really had to escape Missouri Baptist when they had them on their heels, but with that transition upfield, they find some quick passing, and that turns into a quick score.
Lions certainly showing them how it's done. They've been demoed a couple times already this game, but they are going to put it right back to the man. Tendo. Around the corner, got to bump off the backboard. This is that physical play style we've seen just from everybody on the pitch now. Seems to be the common theme of the match so far. Tendo continuing back, has another opportunity. Chance at the net block, or rather missed. Baynock taking control. Lions 50 up. Stully on the way back, taking out that space with the demo. Stully taking over. One more out to the midfield. Lions has control. Flick unsuccessful. Sloth got the touch. Now it's Missouri Baptist pushing in to Boise State territory, but they've really just been trading blows. No one's really able to find the 50s that advance them further into the offensive pressure.
A single bit of shooting from one player on either end, only one recorded from the likes of Missouri Baptist, and they're trying to record a few extra. They've been really going for that more physical play like you've been talking about. A lot of that physicality has turned into these 50-50 challenges. Lions winning another one. They've been starting slow, but they're burning oh so hot. The Broncos, though, getting herded into the same stall. It's a little bit more congregated in this corner. A back pass. Sloth is going to have to track that one down. A very dangerous position as Cosmo's going to try and look for a 50. That's a double commit. The shot will go wide. They will not be punished as the rotation will come to the midpoint of this field.
Unfortunately, it takes a while to get that next shot off for a counterattack on both sides of the pitch, and that's why nobody has scored since the very beginning, but Baynock is actually going to slip by from the midfield.
Cosmo catches it, and you see both Sloth and Stooley just in the same spot, and oh no, you get Baynock coming, knocking on the door, chips it over, and they knew they were just caught out in space. It's a bit of a panic, and you know, Missouri, they're looking to be able to come back to it if they can. So far, suffering from a little bit of that rotation, still only has the one, but look at Baynock with those 5 out of the 6 shots from Boise State, putting that pressure on, but they find a wide open back line.
This is quite the play from Stolly. Been looking for the demos, but is now able to find the net. Baynock needed to make that touch, and you see two Boise State defenders pushed up too far, and it's just a simple oversight that allows for that first goal of Missouri Baptist.
You know, when you get a bunch of horses all running the same direction, it's really tough for them to stop, and they were all leaning forward, had that gamer lean, knees to the elbows. They're going to be coming back downfield. They're going to be looking for a few extra of these passes. Boise State gets right back into that pressure situation and send Missouri packing. They've been able to kind of really corral them here. Sloth at the midpoint of the field, looking for a transition, looking to cherry pick, but they do get sent packing again.
Tendo as well, carrying this one over. Stolly down low, backboard finds it, vacated. Lions across sidewall. Stolly cutting off Sloth. We see double commits from both sides now. Stolly off a defender. Tendo with a shot, took it slow over the hills and off the crossbar. Sloth couldn't get there either, and it's a squandered opportunity that came oh so close.
They still have a few, and it's the 50-50 madness. Both teams are passing into each other inside of the same zone. Stooley has not given up on a single play, and that one had a chance. These controls, these options, they're coming in surplus. That 50-50 may go the other direction. It will find the post. Luckily for Missouri, they're able to stay alive.
I cannot believe that Missouri is still alive right now with Baynock's shot going in, sneaking by Tendo, who just came wrapping around the back, but you put that off the corner into an opponent's hands. It's the most dangerous thing you can do on offense. Sloth forced the challenge and just not quick enough. Boise State regaining their 2-goal lead with 43 seconds to hold on to it.
Baynock shooting lights out into those 90-degree angles and able to get 50% from the field. He's got a hat trick to his name. Sloth, though, from the top shelf, trying to land on top of it. That'll be a putback and a nice bit of defense out of the offensive player in Baynock. Boise State looking to be able to cruise if they can with the remaining half minute of play. Missouri just trying their best to be able to move upfield.
Lions has an opportunity for Boise State. The double off the back, but Tendo's got control. Great patience. Great calmness of the nerves. You gotta settle down in situations like this, regardless of the fact that you got 10 seconds to make it happen. Tendo has to rebound, but they're chased back into their own half, which leaves not enough time on the clock to make work. That's one last pass, intercepted and knocked away, batted down by the defense, or at least the ball's still up for now. And finally, Boise State get their first game win of the series.
You know, there was a lot of great pressure at the near kind of midway point to the end from Missouri Baptist when they were really just kind of sight-lining each other from a lateral play, and they just never were able to break through. It wasn't so much great defense, but it was just the option man coming in from the point of that top of the zone, and they just couldn't navigate traffic. There was a little bit too much there. If they could be able to get those opportunities go to the back of the net, this one could have been a tie game. We could have been going OT, but Boise State, they were able to stand the test of time and able to send that one backpacking all the way to the other end of the pitch and ultimately get a goal out of that transition.
It definitely was a game just like that. I mean, you talk about a shootout as well, is really what it came down to. People pushing up on defense and watching the ball go over their head. That was really the main thing that resulted in a lot of these goals. Now, granted, there were only 4 goals, but that just shows you how well balanced each of the teams are. It really only ran away near the end. It stayed pretty close for most of it. I think Missouri Baptist just needs to put a little bit more extra sauce, a little bit more of the gas pedal into this next game if they want to take another one off, because it's going to require some high intensity play to match these Broncos, because you let them go. Once you let Boise State get started, you're going to see Bronco Mania running wild. I'm telling you, Hale.
Yeah, this is something that we're going to be looking to continue to have these Broncos running as fast as they can. We are looking to be able to switch over from West service to East service. We're going to take a little bit of a transition to get that going, get these guys going the right way into the gameplay. And Missouri Baptist, I think they could be able to really herd these horses together. I think the Broncos can be stalled in. They were kind of caught up into their corners a couple of times, really stuck between the posts. That's not a great place to be, but if you're going to have numbers coming against you, and if you're going to have a lot of that velocity, then you got to throw at least some manner of obstacle in the way. And Missouri, I'm want to use that physicality. You were talking about that at the beginning of the game. If they can sweep through the goal line, if they can get a lot of those 50-50s and play more upfield, slow down the Broncos, they may be able to play a little bit more methodical game here, especially as we get ready for game number 2. And both these teams, based on their previous week of contention, know how to go the distance. Game 4, game 5, it's never great to be swept. And I like being able to see these guys really grind out a whole match.
I would love to see it as well. And I'm struggling to get into the lobby here. It keeps connecting me to that West server, so I don't even know if there's a match going. If there is, that's interesting. There is a match going. Well, all right, Hale, while I sort this out, I will pass it over to you and let you bless the lovely folks at home with your voice.
Hey, you know, I'm here to be able to be here for you guys. I try to go and look up all the fun facts that I can about any schools. Luckily or unluckily, I didn't do that tonight. But, you know, Boise State, I want to eventually be able to visit there because I've seen that blue field of Boise, and I want to be able to see that football field. They're crazy up there with their colors. So this is me talking about Boise State in blue because I particularly am a fan of blue. But, you know, for the Spartans, I think that they have a pretty good contention in terms of mascots. If you have a Spartan versus a horse, if you had a whole herd of Broncos, Grant, would you take them on with a whole line of Spartans? What would win, 100 Broncos or 10 Spartans? What's your play?
I don't know, man. I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's quite the hypothetical that you've got going on here. Hey, I will be honest. I mean, oh, I see it. Now we're getting the lobby info, but I will give you the answer to that. You know, I think I'm going to go with Spartans. I mean, you got that human intelligence. Yeah, you've got horses, but humans, you know, they got the stronger brains. I think they could outsmart them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go with the Spartans here. That's my prediction. What about you? What about yourself?
You know, I like the phalanx that you can drop the Spartans into. It depends on if you can really kind of herd them away. You know, they're a grazing animal, so Broncos could be a little bit fearful. But if you get enough of them running in a straight line, they have one of those majestic, you know, unicorn-like Broncos out there. They may be able to just be able to charge through, and that's what we got to see in game number 1. A lot of that speed. I'm glad that you guys get to sit with us as we run through which mascot would win in a fight, which is definitely something that's going to be coming up in our next match. Talk about fighting koalas and thunderbirds. That's one that I can't wait to bring in. But I think that we have a full roster list now going into this pitch. So thank you for your patience. Grant and I don't have to fight over which mythological or real animal or humanoid-like being would win, because we get to see exactly who will as we go into game number 2. Reminder, it's Boise State up 1-0.
Well, Tendo's got a decent start for Missouri Baptist, but they're going to need more possession of the ball going into it. They want to get further. Lions getting taken down by Sloth, who's got the ball in their possession, goes for the boost instead, leaving it to Cosmo. Stully turned backwards, got a touch. Corner, or at least from the ground. Lions takes another shot over. Tendo carrying from the corner, now for real, as the 50. Still out to that left wall, but playing their cards very, very patiently are Missouri Baptists, waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike, which they've got a little bit now. Tendo needs to find this one backwards. Sloth could have stayed, but left too early. That's been the theme of Missouri Baptist so far. That almost worked out for him. Stully tried to fire off a cheeky shot, was unable to get it to go.
You know, usually I would start to be a little bit wary of using too much patience, and Missouri Baptists have really allowed a lot of field space to be dominated by the likes of Boise State. That shot will find a defender at the central goal line, but they've really been able to utilize that thought process and that extra time to methodically work their way up the pitch. But now they're a little bit stuck into these corners. Baynock with a rare miss. He's going to lose possession. That's going to be Tendo, who's been having the lion's share, if you will, of possession. He gets it around one. Cosmo looking for a floor pinch. He gets it around another. Gives up on the play. That one could have been a look back, but Lions there to be able to make up for it from the midfield crosshair, but this turns into a huge transition to the other direction.
Missouri Baptist needs to stop giving up on these plays so soon. Now committing too much of their resources going for the demo play. They might have to drop that, get rid of that old mentality of demos make everything happen, because it didn't work last game. You got to be more creative. You have to be ready on these rotations, and you have to be willing to take a little bit of risk. Sloth taking it up to the ceiling, finding Tendo on the connection, back down the slot. That's beautiful, but the crossbar has other plans for that pass play. It is out to the side as Missouri Baptist struggle to regain possession.
You're talking about getting creative. If you don't have a man there, then there's an easier way to shoot. But if you are able to get around them, then it turns even more. This play is caught on the nose of Tindo. What a great opportunistic placement there. That one rounds the corner, and the tackle will get it away. The defenders for the likes of Boise State able to keep themselves clean, but they've been under greater duress. And Lions, he has 4 shots compared to less than half of that of Missouri Baptist with their 2. And as we move past halftime here, Grant, no one has broken through.
You talk about trigger discipline in FPS. Well, how about shot discipline? How about committing discipline? Just overall car discipline for these two teams. The fact that there is so much coming at their face so quickly, and they just stop and they wait it out. I could never do something. Like, the amount of trust you have to have in your teammates for that to happen, and the amount of trust you have to have in yourself as an individual to perform is out of this world, what I'm seeing from both sides, and it's the reason we still remain scoreless, specifically Missouri Baptist. You know, typically you don't want to be this patient, but they are doing it so well, and they're so comfortable doing it that they have held off the Broncos from scoring anything so far.
You know, if they continue to grind it from the lateral edge and these perimeter plays, they may be able to eventually break their way through. It's going to come between a level of boost management as well as just rotation. The shot will make it around. Stooley able to grind one out at 1.5 minutes remaining. That's our first goal of game 2, and it comes with one heck of an angle.
One by one, the defense dwindled away. Minute 30 to go. Missouri Baptist finally on top for the first time this series and threatening to take a game from these Broncos. Lions, it's going to come back with a vengeance, but we talked about the Spartans, and what would you do? 100 horses or 10 Spartans? I think we're going with 10 Spartans at the moment. Maybe it was a prediction. Is it foreshadowing? The world may never know. We'll just have to see, Monkey.
You know, we'll have to put it into a simulator, but the simulator is playing live and in person in front of us. Cosmo from the corner. Tindo's getting tackled, and Lions has been able to be the aggressor this game, where Baynock has not been able to improve, but that one will go top 90, and Tindo from space is able to find it in a nice little notch and give them a 2-goal lead.
I told you the most dangerous thing you can do on defense is hit it off that side wall, and especially have it wind up in the hands of Tindo. A beautiful shot ringing throughout this stadium as it's 2-0 for Boise, or not Boise, but Missouri Baptist. I was going to talk about Boise State, though, suffering down this far. This is unfamiliar territory for this series. After playing so well in the last game, now they are trying everything they can, getting taken out at every twist, not just their shots, but this patient play style from Missouri has been impeccable. Performance and execution, just the way they are able to send one person at a time, finding these connections as well, the 50-50s. Everything has looked solid. They haven't skipped a step. They haven't missed a beat yet. Sloth had a shot, but luckily blocked away by Baynock for these Broncos. Still time on the clock, but I think Missouri are going to keep it locked up in Bronco territory for long enough to kill the timer and pick off this game. We're going to go to the series being 1-1, and it's really just a question of what can the Broncos do better? Maybe land a shot? Yes, they can. There is hope now. It's just 1 goal from a kickoff.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a kickoff. They're going to have to immediately chip it, and it has to be a shot directly in. I don't know if you send 2, if you just kind of overload the goal line. I think you want to secure it, get the kill, get the car on top of the backside of the ball. If you're Missouri Baptist, they do pop it up. Lions has a chance. It will be killed, and that is Tindo taking care of business. The junior, the business administration major coming in and administration and taking care of business right then and there, and we are suddenly in a tied series 1-1.
The head honcho, if you will. My goodness, what a series. I'm so glad to see Missouri Baptist bounce back in the way that they did. It was such a unique play style that I just was not expecting. Before, they were a bit antsy. There were some double commits, but then it was just unrelenting trust. No matter what, they always trusted their teammates. They sent somebody forward, and they really got into a rhythm where they could send one person forward at a time. And what that led to was obviously some pretty incredible success, but it also relates to a thing that I like to call effectivity. Yes, I know the people at home probably hate that because it's called effectiveness, but I don't care. I go with effectivity because it's more fun, and I'm sure you understand that, Monkey Man. But we talk about when you send somebody forward in a rotation, how effective you have to be. You have to hit the ball to be effective as a teammate, as an individual. When everybody's doing it, you got that effectivity, and that's what I see from Missouri Baptist, and it's really working out well for them, and I expect them to take the next couple of games in this series because I don't know if Boise State is caught on yet.
Yeah, and you know, effectivity, I actually like the way you build that word because it's active effectiveness. And it's you going out there and not just being effective, but utilizing it in a proactive manner. So that's really cool. You know, it just slam words together. I take different parts of the dictionary too, and it just ends up being kind of mush, but you actually do it in a more intellectual way. But these players out here, they're getting a little bit smarter, and I love seeing the level of intelligence to control the midfield. We saw a lot of what we were wanting in that physical play from Missouri Baptist turn into a much more effective control of Boise State. They limited their options. They were able to kind of negotiate the midfield line, really shut down on passing opportunities that were freewheeling and open as the sky in game number 1. And game number 2, they said, no, we're going to charge you a flight tax. You're not going to go there for free. And we're going to make sure that every single possession that you have is not clean. It is going to have a man in front of you. We're going to 50, and that is where we're going to have our physical play on the field. Sweeping the goal line, getting rid of those goalies, and making an open net is awesome. Being able to cut short any of those field trips onto your own defensive half is even better.
It's going to require a lot of intelligence if you want to match this play style that Missouri Baptist is going off of. We're getting into game number 3. Boise State has some room to bounce back. They would love to take the series back, but Missouri Baptist, man, I'm telling you, they've got something in them. These Spartans are ready to fight. You look at Sloth starting things off right. That one's met by Cosmo. Let's pay attention to when somebody slips up, or maybe we just pay attention for Baynock to be faster.
I mean, he was fast in game 1, got shut down in game 2, and then is ready for the feed. Cosmo from outer space and down the other side of the pitch, and Baynock, he can view it from anywhere. Awesome redirect continuation shot, is able to outpace that early term defensive rotation from the kickoff, but Tendo tried to do something similar with a double touch that just he can't catch up to.
I will say, Boise State, they've got a phenomenal coach because that is exactly the kryptonite that is going to destroy Missouri Baptist. If you can get up to these balls quicker and fire off shots faster, it's going to work out for you. But if you start whiffing like this, that's going to leave it wide open for Tendo.
They had one man up. Cosmo, I think, was relieving the initial shooter from the midpoint. Not exactly sure how they ended up there, but they floated down. And, you know, once you're floating brick, if you can't make that rotation, you might as well say goodbye to that ball. That possession goes the other direction. Inside the first half minute, Grant, we get a couple scores, and these two teams are just not going to leave each other alone.
I don't think they will. What the heck is this? The double demo trade is how this goes in? Are you kidding me? Stoli and Baynock traded. There's no way you're reading that in a million years. That, I don't even know what you would categorize that kind of play as, but it benefits Missouri Baptist, and this is a steal for the lead, unless Cosmo has something to say about it. Tendo had a perfect match, though.
Yeah, I call that move the Michael Bay because it has to have an explosion. And these midfield passes from the likes of Missouri Baptist have been killer from both sides. Top shelf and down. Tendo steals it aside. Cosmo looking for another chance. They put it short. The turnaround and immediate acute passing. A little bit of a fake out. 360 no scope. Lions is going to have it stolen away. And Sloth trying to do everything he can. The double tap not going to come as great defense finally comes about from Boise State. Transitions the other direction. And they are just going for kill shots up and down the pitch. And here's another one.
Perfect placement from Lions. Stoli had this on the backboard, thought they had the presence, but Lions had a target locked, and that was right beneath the feet of Stoli. 2-2, all evened up.
Oh my goodness. A minute 16 into game number 3, where one of these teams will have match point going into game number 4, guaranteed for this series, and they are just not letting up. They had their warm-ups, they found out what offenses, they got their defensive rotation, but we've had left defense behind. We're trying to see who will survive these haymakers as these two Titanic boxing champs are just going to the ropes in the corner. Lions, he's gonna try and see if he can get around the perimeter. It will bounce out. Very favorable 50. Tendo gonna put it passively to the wall, and this is a nice scoop. Maybe able to get a score. A Stolly with the 50, and Lions has the backflip to save it again.
That was almost a Missouri Baptist goal, but you've noticed Boise State picking up the pace on the aerials specifically, trying to get to the ball quicker and get off some quick shots, but that passive, very patient play style is what's paying off for Missouri Baptist. I didn't like that positioning, though. Standing in a straight line like that was super risky. Luckily, no Broncos were around to take them out on it. Baynock fires a shot. Stully, phenomenal, solid clear on defense as Tendo flips the transition out above Cosmo, who had the rebound. Baynock, not the best touch. They'll get capitalized on by Sloth. Backboard, Tendo's there, and it's just backboard blitzes from everybody tonight.
I believe it was Cosmo and Lions looking at each other. That's when you both realize that one of you has to go. One of you must go. And you know what? Missouri Baptist, they're ready to go. They're going to slice that one through two very questionable defenders, see if they can get right back to that pace. And traffic has been no easier. This is I-95 at 5 p.m. It is all over the place. You got to be able to make it through. Tendo, he's going to give a nice little smack to Baynock. That's a midfield pass. That's a free net, and it's in!
Oh!
Free pass halftime.
Who else other than Lions? I love this three-man pass play. Caught Missouri Baptist so off guard. They were so used to the one person at a time mentality, and Boise State pulls the wild card for the three-man connection, and now it's 3-3 in game number 3.
It is a third, 33% from the field for Boise State, and it's 75 from Missouri. They are making use of every single chance they get for these shots to be on target, whereas Boise is trying to overwhelm what they can. They have to maintain good touches here. Bit of a double commit. That's an open lane to touch, but Cosmo with a fantastic recovery. Sloth going to the top shelf. That's a round 2. Baynock, he's going to look to chase this one down from the floor. Stuley in fantastic possession to take both boost and ball, but Cosmo trying to steal it away, looking for a chance to get it around. Baynock in rotation and retreat. Stuley finds open space. Nice extra touch. Make the lateral move, and that is again Missouri Baptist back on top.
This is fancy footwork, not just in the air with Stoley going under, then over. That is dirty. I think the bulk of that we can conclusively say was a contribution from Stoley that gets it to the 4-3. Missouri Baptist have held on to the lead 3 times already this game. It has been trading back and forth between tie and a Missouri lead. When do Boise State have what it takes? When do they have that next little bit of pixie dust from their back pocket that's going to put them over the top? Broncos still struggling. Baynock can't get past Sloth. Lions up to take their chance. Stully and Tendo double commit. Finds Sloth on the upfield. Cosmo flipped it back. Now Baynock intercepted by Stully. Oh boy, it's getting dicey. Tendo has to reach it. Doesn't make anything of it. Cosmo corner has another touch. Oh Lord, it's like a doomsday from space. 4-4.
He gets it around everyone. That's 1, that's 2, and the third right around him. He is able to get around every single defender as he transitions on that wall. It's Cosmo and the Gizmo, and when you see him on that corner, you say, oh no, because that goes straight through. We're approaching 60 seconds here, Grant, and both these squads still trying to get that match point in their back pocket. It could be anyone's guess who's gonna have that final goal.
Well, Missouri Baptist have so far held the lead consistently through the series, despite Boise State bouncing back. Is this the moment that it changes? Stoley throwing one deep upfield. Baynock blocked it down to the sidewall now. Lions over, looking for the pinch, got one out. Sloth again from the back. Baynock off the sidewall. Cosmo's there for the rebound, trying to pass it back down into Boise State hands. Stoley got through the back line of defense, but Lions has the 50. It's dangerous. Cosmo with the save as they steer it out now. Flick, not successful. Sloth has been that third man consistently so far for Missouri Baptist. They just need to hold on. If Sloth can keep doing this, if they can find a little bit of change up in a demo, we could see Missouri taking that 5th goal that gives them the victory. But 10 seconds to go now, and the clock winding. It's out of Missouri's hands as they actually have one more possession. This ball close to touch the ground, and they want to play overtime.
That was a very wise decision from Cosmo. He's going to get right on the upside of the ball, slam that thing down, play for OT, play for your second life, play for a chance to be able to get this game 3. But it's going to be Stully. He's got a wide open chance. He's able to get the flip reset. He gets it around one. The follow up is short. Stully, he's still in a favorable position. It comes from the 45. It will flatten out. That will trade back to Boise State. But what an opportunity. This shot by Lions with the defensive play. And Missouri Baptist, they are not going to let go of the pressure. Boise State just looking for a transition, an escape route, anything to get out of their own half.
If Boise State is the one to come out on top, this is going to be a robbery. Missouri Baptist had it in the bag, and they just missed. Sloth with a crucial save, keeping this one at bay for now. But maybe Baynock's rounding the corner, though. They leave it out for Cosmo. A pinch off the defending car. Baynock coming in, Stully stealing away. Lions knocks to the corner, has control. Moving up their backboard. Tiptoeing their way around, careful not to knock over grandmother's vase. Cosmo out to midfield, caught by Tendo. 50-50 stop. They still have possession. Lions, this is their opportunity now, and it is even to the dime right now for both sides. They need to get something special, but both teams have squandered at least one opportunity, and they are looking back on it so hard now.
Oh yeah, that's got to be in your rear view, and that's going to stay there for a while. You have to rethink your entire near future. Cosmo will maintain control. Nice little pinch, gives it to the wall. A little bit of an overcommit from Lions. He's looking for Baynock in space. One thing that Missouri Baptist have done very well is taken away the skies. They have won these 50-50s and looking for another flip reset. They have to not give Stully any more space. Boise State, that defense is able to get one away before he develops the entirety of that play. Lions over the midfield crosshair. Cosmo looking for a doink, can't quite connect. Lions with the follow-up. That shot, top 90, and Boise State, they may have stolen it, but the herd is going off, and they're able to take game 3.
I think at this point, when Boise State missed their last opportunity, it is fair game. This is no longer a robbery. They just put one more shot on net. It is all consistency, but Boise State get it done, and they take back the series to a 2-1 lead.
That is 15 shots to, I think, about maybe 8, somewhere in that range. They really were able to keep Missouri Baptist at home for a while, but it was not without an amount of threats that they were very accurate with Missouri Baptist. They were able to go down pitch. They were able to make use for a lot of that verticality. They were taking away so many opportunities from the Broncos to be able to easily score in transition. And then that started developing even more for the Broncos as we went to OT. They were able to slap it down in the corner, reset their minds, reset their mechanics, and get their engines ready for another one. And they were able to grind it out. That was a fantastic game. I love higher scoring games. I like a grinder. That one, chef's kiss, amazing.
That was a definite NECC classic for season 1. That is for sure. That game had just about everything in it. I think the only way it could have been perfect is if Missouri would have hit that first opportunity, that one shot that they had that could have been in, that could have been it. They missed that one open net. But other than that, the game looked perfect for both sides. But you can't have a perfect hitter and a perfect pitcher, unfortunately. We're moving in to game number 4. Boise State on match point. Missouri Baptist really feel that they should have walked away with that last game, but it's just not the fact of the matter here. Fact of the matter is that you're down 1 in the series, and you've got to hope that your game plan can stay strong for one more game, or you can find that new ace up your sleeve to take over Bronco Mania.
They need to just play exactly like they did in that previous game. I believe that the Spartans can bring this to an awesome game 5 because I just want this series to never end. Let's bring it on in. Game number 4. It's the Broncos on match point. They can finish it off here, but 5 minutes on the clock. The Spartans will be able to fight their way back. Lions, he had a few opportunities that he has to have completely washed away. That's going to be hindsight. That's going to be 2020, but it's got to be something that you will build upon. Some chances for Boise State to really move downfield. Cosmo looking for a chance. Is going to round it to the opposite side corner, and Lions will be not. That's a shot. Cosmo. Oh, I need the replay guy to help me out on this one, Grant.
Well, I can help you, or at least try. Again, it's that most dangerous thing you can be doing on defense. It's that side wall. You can't give it to anybody. Now, granted, that was a very difficult angle that just so happened to be capitalized on, but that's the sign of a good team. You can't underestimate these Broncos because they're fierce. And like I said, once they get rolling, it is Bronco Mania all the way. Cosmo saving that goal and saving me from eating my words just then. Tendo from the backboard has it off the Lions, and it's all retreat as Boise State has an opportunity. Don't know that Baynock should be playing the fancy aerial game quite yet. They do get a demo. Stoli over the head of Cosmo, just got it far enough to roll off the defender's back and into the net.
That one, a little bit unfortunate. He kind of came up a little bit on that vector, and Cosmo didn't realize that they would have enough of a touch, but that's some good control. That is keeping with the play. That's keeping with possession for just long enough to either make the defender assist you, somewhere in the midfield, or, to create your own game. But we're going to see if Missouri Baptist will be able to maintain that. Stully giving a lot of extra time. That's a miss. It turns into another chance, and Boise State so far giving up the ghost here on defense.
Well, Lions, that needed to be touched there. Baynock has one more behind them. It's a laser of a shot that just couldn't clear the woodwork. Another one coming in, but Tendo doesn't need to do much to knock it away. Cosmo to the backboard, finding Baynock and Sloth instead. The 50-50, keeping the ball away. Lions out to the side. Sloth to the backboard, has a Cosmo that they could not beat, though. Tendo trying their hand, has to defend against Baynock, who they've handed the ball off to. Tendo successfully retrieving and recovering as Sloth continues the offense for Missouri Baptist.
Missouri Baptist have been unable to record a shot here just yet, but they've gotten oh so close. They've really been able to kind of sniff those upper posts, go to the woodwork and see if it's needing a little bit of extra lacquer and treatment. Lions, though, is looking for another to add to the 4 that Boise State been able to rack up so far. A connection over the midfield crosshair does not go center mass. Tendo, it will finally be a shot on target, but just a little bit short. Sloth trying for the slow putback, but Lions will be there in time to bring it back to the wall. As we are approaching the midpoint of this game, Boise State have been able to send Missouri packing time and time again. They act in surplus. They are able to move upfield, create that pressure game, and then look to be able to get to a pass to a teammate in space.
Well, Sloth unable to get their hands on it. This one has been back to game 1, where it's just a trade-off. It's just shot after shot, big clear after big booming clear, and nothing's really coming of it. This has been the most even it's ever felt, even though we saw game 1 already. It's really strange to see the game slow down to something just as even as this. But again, we talked about Boise State being good enough to match these Spartans. Baynock wants to start something up, and again, they're just unable to. Cosmo has one flicked over the top. Baynock? What?
All right. Yeah, this is... You were talking about Baynock so wanting to set something up. He has that individual play mentality. He can cherry pick from anywhere, and he's always looking for these passes to turn into a goal, regardless of where it comes from. And Cosmo to Baynock, that's been the 1-2 combo that's really hit time and time again for Boise.
I'm still just in shock at how little Baynock could put onto that ball that got the job done. You know what? Less is more. That goes for a lot of things in life. Being a music producer, I'm told that all the time. And in Rocket League, it just might be the solution. Lions finds a third for Boise State off of just a simple touch to the backboard, undefended, for Lions to capitalize on, and Missouri just wasn't ready for it. It came down to the point where this game got so even and so slow, where Missouri Baptist, they're like, yeah, we're feeling comfortable, until the Broncos flipped that light switch and flipped the pace on them. They still have ground to make up, this Missouri team, and they've got to do it now because they're on match point.
You haven't seen much in that verticality dominance from Missouri Baptist that they had in the previous game to give them a chance And that is something that is missing. A double commit. This is an opportunity that can turn into a transition, but no Lions. Great vision. Talking about less is more. These just small little finesse touches to get it around a defender and really elongate the field for Missouri to make their trips even further. They have to burn more gas, burn more time, and burn their way through any of this territory already controlled by Boise State. That makes it so much tougher for them. Even the nice little nuanced possession maintains it for Boise. The Broncos looking to keep this herd on track. Sloth put to the corner. They have to score probably within the next 15, or this may just be all locked up.
Oh, they could do it right here. Stully is there to get the first one to start this comeback, and it all comes from this one missed touch, allowing Tendo to pop it over and Stully slam it down. But they are still 1 goal short. 42 seconds to make work. And again, it is do or die. This is possibly the last game we see of the series, especially if Baynock got their hands on that one. Cosmo flipping it out, but Slots got there. We're starting to see the trust lag behind for Missouri Baptist, and that is a dangerous place to be. You can tell they're starting to get antsy. They're starting to panic, and Boise State may just have their number, may have the strategy that is indeed that kryptonite.
Sloth, he's going to ignore everything that is possible in defeat. You only play for victory. The success will come here. Cosmo looking for a chance to hand it off to Baynock. Baynock will leap upwards, and that's a follow. Oh, nearly get the dunk, but this is a transition play. They put him on an island, and Lions may have sealed the deal. Looking to try and seal it with a kiss, with a kick, if he can, and it goes to the wall and it never gets off the floor. The Broncos are able to keep this one a 1-goal difference, and they will win the series 3-1.
But just how close would that have been if that went up the wall? That would have been one final opportunity for Missouri Baptist to capitalize. It was a 3v1 at that point. 2 Boise State defenders up and committed. That would have been money. That would have been the golden goal that sent us to overtime and gave Missouri Baptist another fighting chance. Unfortunately, it just doesn't come tonight, and they'll still be looking for that first series win of their season. Boise State, though, get it here and in very phenomenal fashion. The coach is definitely owed a lot of credit here for providing those strategies to their players, giving them the guidance that they need to make this one happen. It was all a change in pace, and eventually Boise State was just able to control that because Missouri just didn't know what was coming next.
They had no idea, and they could never solve that mystery, that puzzle, that just unending swirl that was coming at them, because this was an offensive forum. This is exactly what Boise State came out. They were able to outshoot at least by 4 or 5 each game against Missouri Baptist. That is exactly what you want to see. Overwhelm your opponent with quantity if your quality is lacking. But when those shots hit, they were just beautiful. And that's exactly what we got to see. Baynock, a true contender, able to feed the beast that is Baynock. Great job overall. And Boise State Broncos come away with that win. Grant, we get to have another match coming up. This one was already great, but can the next one be greater? You know, we got to challenge these guys to do this for us.
I would hope this one is going to be greater, but it's going to be very difficult to match what we just witnessed. Hopefully, we can see something even more amazing, because as casters, we're rooting for the storylines. We're rooting for just the most exciting series possible, and we could get that here. See, I'm already hitting my microphone. I'm getting too excited. It's Columbia College up next, facing off against University of British Columbia, and it all happens on the NECC next. And welcome back to the NECC. I told you we had something special for you planned. Up next, it is Columbia College taking on University of British Columbia. We saw a phenomenal game last series between Boise State and a little special MBU Spartans, that is Missouri Baptist. And I'm once again Grant CFO, joined by Hail Monkey Man for our last series of the night, or at least my last series. I don't know where you're going after this, Monkey, but like, I'm gone at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be here for all the interim that you and I get to hang out. So luckily, a Tuesday doesn't go too long, but it will be just enough time for us to see some awesome action in another Champions Division matchup between Columbia College Silver and UBC Gold. That is University of British Columbia. It's a battle of silver and gold, and we get to see them join the pitch for game number 1 here, Grant. We have a lot of potential and a lot of standards to live up to between these two squads. Let's see if we can be able to exemplify that here on the pitch. Let's start it off. 5 minutes to go.
Well, this is certainly going to be an interesting one, seeing as the fact is that Boise State came out on top in the last one, and University of British Columbia was actually the one to take Boise State the distance to Game 5 and eventually come out on top as well. I think this one seems to favor University of British Columbia. These Thunderbirds, they are fierce, they are high-flying, and they will make you pay for these mistakes. It's still looking pretty even, but it's all fast-paced. It's only a matter of time, though, before slip-ups start to begin and goals start to come ablaze. And Rev ran out of boost to get the double tap 50 in the face of Harry Lakers, but it just wasn't able to be enough. Harry again with the follow-up, sending it back down to Rev, who's got a turn on this, has the control and a carry upfield, backboard by Frodo, and Harry with the connection. Just how quick these Thunderbirds can change pace is looking pretty scary so far.
It has looked pretty scary, but I want to give a lot of credit so far to Columbia College and Silver, able to do a lot of great work with what pressure they've been able to deliver to UBC, really putting them on their heels for this opening minute. An onslaught as they already have 3 shots to 1. That's an open net. Can they get the rotation? Rusty able to get there in the nick of time. This is going to high arch over the backboard, and a lot of key pressure plays and speed has really kept them in this game and keeping the Thunderbirds down pitch. But these crazy fighting koalas, they get a little bit rabid out there. I want to see them start throwing even more punches, but they're slowly getting trapped in their own half in that tree. Let's see if they can be able to get out from the midfield over the crosshair. One more touch, gets around Rowan, and there's a burial. They're going to get the first one of this game 1.
This is perfect 1v1 placement. The fact that they get this first touch and then wait for the second to challenge before throwing it over top is picture perfect 1v1 skill and mechanics from Rowan. That is all field awareness all day long. That puts Columbia College, these koalas, up 1-0.
But they've not been without a little bit of torment. They've been able to alleviate any of those opportunities from UBC Gold. And they've been able to deliver that in kind with extended pressure. Rusty's going to be up there. Get around Ski. No one able to connect. That's an opportunity that they're going to have to come away with in a big way. And now you finally get to see the Thunderbirds flying in a V formation and not going south for the winter. They're trying to get hot and ready for a nice extended summer. But a double commit here may say bad things for them. And they have to rotate back to that corner.
That was an unfortunate touch from Rowan. Certainly not what they were looking for, but what they got. Rowan as well, getting another miss here. Starting to look a little rough and rusty for these koalas. Rev trying to play it out, was unable to do anything with it. That's a huge waste of boost. That almost let that one slip by with Ski, and it comes right back from a rebound all the way off the left field from Harry Lakers.
And they're able to make a nice touch of it, take advantage of a double commit, bearing it back in, and it goes just around Rev. Nice placement shooting, nice off speed, and maybe they are Cougars. Okay, so I looked up one college, it said koalas. We're gonna call them the right thing. These Cougars are roaring the right way. Koalas are scary. Okay, you guys were pretty scary before. Rowan looking scary right now, looking for a double tap opportunity, and past halftime, they have not stopped shooting, but it's been UBC Gold that's really been able to find their wits about them and get these wheels running forward.
Well, you know what? We will take it to them. I think they are definitely proven that they are much fiercer than koalas. Yes, koalas can be scary, but cougars are definitely scarier, and I believe it now. Apologies is all we have to say, and I think there are going to be no apologies from Columbia College in a minute here once they get rolling. But they are still being pressured in by these Thunderbirds. Another shot from the backboard can't be rebounded by anybody. I love the way that both of these teams are able to find each other, specifically Columbia College off these clears to a teammate upfield. But it's just not enough to hold on to. Ski, with some ugly looking wheels, I will say, gets this one on a very beautiful goal.
You know, sometimes you don't have to look good to be good, and sometimes we might all make poor decisions. Those are some carriage wheels, but we go from old school to new school with that level of play and able to get a nice finisher. Maybe they'll be able to change your mind about their aesthetics. Maybe you'll grow to like them eventually. Huh? No? Maybe?
I don't know, man. I don't know. My world has been rocked. I have no idea why Silence decided this was a good idea. But it's working. It's working for Ski, I will say. The pass, but Harry can't finish. Come on, Harry. That was your chance to make me have faith in these carriage wheels. You had to capitalize on that shot, but they were just unable to. Maybe I'll give him a second chance? Maybe. But we'll have to see. Ski, unfortunately, not able to reach it this time as Frodo takes it from the midfield, and Rowan clears long, finding Russ upfield off the backboard, has a shot. Crossbar, no double. Frodo clearing away instantly, trying to hold on to this lead, would love to secure it, and can't get it around that corner. Rev with a miss. Ski, this is your chance. Prove me wrong. Do something dirty. They just didn't have the setup, and it's 40 seconds under, and we have more of these, what? They're not koalas or cougars to catch up.
I got it in the back of your mind. It's now tough to get rid of,
Yeah, you
but
did.
it's something with the K, and they've been able to give us everything we need. They still have a goal to get to be able to bring this to OT or some sort of miracle win in regulation. 15 seconds on the clock. Rev, lots of good control. They opened up a nice shot and scoring opportunity on something just like this. Rome with extended play. They're going to lose it as that is knocked aside. Frodo, he gets it stolen. Rev looking for a 50. Ski brings it to the wall. That will actually be an aerial-borne play. Rusty, it's to the backboard. Rowan has to look for a chance. It's still to the backboard. Ski can't get it. It's a shot on, and it's 0-second time. We're going OT. Grant.
Oh my lord, Russ, what a beautiful touch. And the transition pass from Rowan, that whiff on the backboard, gives it to Rev, who was able to clutch it with no boost in the tank. We are going the distance in this game one. Cougars, they are fierce. They have proved us wrong. They're angry at us, and they're angry at the defense in front of them, looking to score, but they're unable to. Flipping it back on the transition is Ski, who does get that one by. Rev around the backside as well. Rowan putting it up to the sidewall. Frodo is there, has the touch midfield. Ski's quicker than Ross, dropping a dime, and they can't get it in the fountain. Still no goals. One more chance, and it's blocked by Russ on the near post. Another shot flies in, but it's wide left, and nobody can find the net for the Thunderbirds.
UBC took every shot possible from that angle. They went in, they went out, they went wide, they went without, and now the transition, they got him sleeping, and UBC goal. They're able to transition all the way up. They find the last defender sleeping, able to get a snipe, and it's Ski with those carriage wheels. That's just extra horsepower right there.
Oh, Lord, the puns kill me, but this shot certainly doesn't. What a beautiful way to wrap up game number one for the Thunderbirds. You know what, Ski? You ended up proving me wrong. Maybe these carriage wheels are starting to grow on me a little bit. Maybe. Not going to confirm, but just maybe you might have convinced me with that performance at the end. 8 shots? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Ski, that is pretty intense. But then Harry as well with 5, and one that was way off left field that actually made it into the net. I'm surprised that was the goal that went in, but the way you described it at the end, catching a defender sleeping, was really what it was. Thought they could push up a little bit further to continue their momentum, and it just proved to be the wrong choice by the end of it. And that's how this game is stolen away by the Thunderbirds.
You know, those thin carriage wheels, they take away all the weight of rubber, so they can just utilize all that extra speed. They're lightweight, man. They're making a sniper shot from center mass of that ball. easy sights. And when you have all that extra time, we're going to go to game number 2. See if the triple R from the likes of Columbia College Silver, they were able to start off with that pressure. Can they be able to come back and serve up a dish best served cold and tie us up into the series? They have not been able to record a game win as of yet in league play. So that is unfortunate. They want to be able to make up for that for their 0-3 they had in week number 2. Week number 3 looking promising after their early beginnings. The first half minute here of play, though, UBC seems to be right in good form again.
If there's one thing that UBC, or not UBC, but if there's one thing that Columbia College has to their advantage, it is the alliteration in everything they have going on in their mojo right now. Columbia College Cougars, consisting of Russ, Rowan, and Rev. Maybe we see some poetry in motion. Oh, the fake is nasty, but they can't break down the wall of Thunderbirds. Maybe now they've got the chance, but it's no way, Jose, not today.
Then we get the transition going the other direction. Some of these have been taken advantage of. You had 8 shots from one person. You had 5 from another. They have to shut down the middleman that is Frodo. Very quiet, but able to feed the beast that was Harry and Ski. Rowan trying to maintain some level of play, but this one's gonna dangerously drop Russ with a fantastic catch at the top of his key, but it's been Ski upfield all the time, consistently looking to get these fadeaways. Frodo, he's flipped over one, and Harry Lakers, this is kind of trying to see where that crease is gonna begin to develop, Grant. They're really looking to see who's gonna make that first mistake. They were able to find one in OT previously, but they're just dropping off the ball and then kind of going on a field trip later.
Oh, well, watch out for Frodo. They've got the 1v1 skills in their back pocket starting to show up. All these players, really phenomenal job on the pitch as individuals. Ski almost came across with one. Frodo's got the follow-up shot that's going to put them up 1-0 for the Thunderbirds.
That's Frodo's first shot and goal of the series. He was unable to get one in game 1. Well, guess what? Game 2 comes with a bang, top shelf. Able to make the red supernova pop out, and the Thunderbirds are electric right now. Able to take actually half the amount of shooting that Columbia College has been able to output in game number 2. But they are consistently performing just like they did at the end of the previous game. They just have been less for numbers, but they've been great for quality.
Oh my gosh, speaking of quality, the save off of that 1v1 play. The 1v1s have really become something traditional in threes for some reason. I don't know why, but they seem to be favored more at this higher level. You end up playing it more of a twos match where you've just got 2 players in support. The saves as well coming out from UBC right now is looking phenomenal, and we've seen multiple of those. They've been fending off these 1v1 plays a ton coming in from these fierce looking Cougars. Now Harry Lakers on the transition, unable to make up a touch for it. Down for their efforts was Ski as Russ leaves it for Rev. Frodo out to Harry, leaving it back, dropping back. Ski fakes one, has a second to get over, and just doesn't have the angle on net. Has a second opportunity with plenty of possession, building pressure over the top. Russ flicks it out, accidentally lands in the hands of Harry. Rev off to the sidewall, and nobody's really able to wrap around. No boost, but good coverage of the defense on the rotation to keep it away. Still 1 goal to make up for the Cougars.
Columbia College was looking very well starved, hungry to be able to make a transition out, and they were all congregated in the same zone, but they're being met with challenge after challenge from UBC. These Thunderbirds flying all over him. Rusty looking for a chance, and again, he's met in space by someone trying to take the ball and his face. Rowan gets one around, but again, Harry Lakers, that's a 50-50 that goes in a favorable direction for them, looking for a turnaround. No cherry pick to come about, but now they're on defense. Rev, pre-jump, goes to the ceiling. Look at that read, but still just couldn't finally connect. And while brief stay on the offense is really limiting Columbia College's opportunities, the demo does not play against them. Looking for the redirect. Can they make the catch? Ski, he's got a dangerous position. With a minute 20 remaining, Grant, both these sides, it's 1 goal difference, maybe about to be 2, and it will be.
The amount of times it just lingers in front of net for somebody to pick it up, there have been plenty of things like that happening right now, but finally somebody gets the beat on one slow defender. That's what it was going to take, is a simple mistake, whatever it might be. In this case being a rotational mistake, that is what allows this score to advance on to a 2-goal lead for the Thunderbirds, and they might even be going to a 2-game series lead if this keeps up. Frodo looking for the third as they send it downfield. Ski has a rebound. Back in. Frodo has to turn. Clearing backboard. Has Rowan to defend. and they're out for another day. Transition play not working. Russ wasting lots of boost, has another shot. Rowan blocked away. I love how quick everybody is to contest. This really looks like some pro-level gameplay as a shot is just high, ringing the crossbar. It is going to be no goals found for Columbia College, and that could have been the last opportunity that gave them signs of life, because right now they feel dead in the water. I don't know if Cougars can swim, but they better figure it out quickly if they can, because it is 3-0. It's a shutout.
Frodo's been able to find his way to the top of the mountain. He's thrown the ring away, and he is back to have that parade for the heroes stay. Nice shot, able to get a second one. He's able to get 66% from the field. They have scored on half of their trips, Grant. UBC looking clean. They've got 3 goals against Columbia College, who have just been unable to recover from all these opportunities. 10. They have the Lions' share of shooting, but they've not been able to turn it into any net-given goals. They are now all up in the zone. They know that this one is pretty much done and dusted. Going to be working for game number 3, but UBC, they're on match point, and they are shining as glorious as gold right now.
I would say so as well. I mean, you talk about going into this game. I mentioned a little bit about Boise State and their results in the last series, just getting that 3-1 victory, but falling 2-3 last week against these Thunderbirds. I mean, this is a fierce team. This is one that took down the Broncos. They took down Bronco Mania. I mean, they were favored to go into this match from the very beginning, and we are seeing just exactly why. I mean, you talk about the offensive production and the amount of zeros that you see across the scoreboard for Columbia College. That's not looking too good. I always hate zeros. It was an old habit of mine, just looking at zeros back when I first started casting, and now I get to see them come back. It's been so long since I've seen so many zeros, and it's not looking good. But the one thing that is looking good is the fact that they have 10 shots against 6, but the caveat is none of those 10 became goals. They weren't able to find accuracy, and honestly, UBC didn't have a lot of saves to back it up and make it look like it was a defensive effort. It was really just an inaccuracy, hitting the woodwork time and time again. There's got to be a huge switch up of accuracy. Maybe it was just an off game, but they better figure it out now, because like you said, Monkey Man, they are on match point, and this is a do or die situation.
Will Old Ironsides ring like a gong, and will the bell ring for the final time for Columbia College, or will they be able to begin this climb? They have not recorded a game win as of yet from the previous week to now. This shot on target, the triple R that is Columbia College, trying to make all that alliteration just poetry and motion. Half minute come and gone, and a lot of pressure from UBC Gold as they maintain their dominance in this just forward running, this leaning offensive. And it looks like they're going to continue to take some level of lethal shots, put all eyes upwards, drop that defense. This one's still just under attack.
Oh my goodness, that shot rang the crossbar harder than I think I've ever seen before. Ski was looking to do some work, but Harry Lakers couldn't find the rebound. Nobody on this Thunderbirds roster was able to make up for it. Rev, beautiful 1v1 play, luckily bouncing off the roof of Harry Lakers. Now a shot around the back. Russ out to Rowan. Frodo with a connection. Rev had a pre-flip on the save. Man, it just gets tighter and tighter on this Thunderbird offense. And finally, they break through the tight Columbia defense.
My goodness, UBC, they transition just ever so fluidly from offense to defense and back again. They will punish you if you are not fast enough inside the first minute and 20. 6 shots to 1. They are just putting on a show, a clinic. Columbia College, they have to be able to respond in time. They have to find their confidence and continue to prime themselves. But again, nothing comes easy, nothing comes cleanly, and the triple R of Rev, Rowan, and Rusty are looking for a chance just to get out of their own half. And the Gold Boys over for UBC are just playing ever so well and just continuing to find these slots in space.
Russ from the sidewall. Ski has their hands on it. Frodo to Harry. Too high. Russ has their chance. Ski across, clearing midfield. Has Harry rebound. Corner. Frodo's there, but not close enough. Certainly would have gotten by Rowan. They just couldn't find the connection they were looking for. 1v1 Ski fakes one, has another in their sights. Just wasn't able to finish it off with boost, landing on the ceiling, leaving it back for Frodo, pushing in quicker. The footwork getting fancier. The fakes, the patience from these Thunderbirds is still not enough to break through the Cougar defense. They've just got one goal to bring back these Cougars if they're able to find it. But this offense, this transitional play, these counterattacks from the Thunderbirds have been insane on the consistency. The way they're able to find each other on the pitch and locate each other. Rev almost got the double tap of the sentry up the post, and they just couldn't find it. They've got to chase it back and try again from square one.
That is almost a heartbreaker.
Oh
And Rowan!
my gosh.
Oh, right over the midfield line. Rusty was able to dish it out. You had a great rotation, but Ski, oh no, he fell on a goal for the floor pinch. Oh, 8-2 Rusty. No. It's just unfortunate, but a great never say die on a play from UBC. They again are at a multi-goal lead here, Grant. And that one right there, even with 2 minutes left, maybe the dagger. That one's tough for your morale.
That is certainly something that is tough to witness, especially since you've gone a lot of goals unanswered right now. And now you have even more to deal with. The morale is tanking for Columbia College, and I just don't know what they can do. Getting bumped as well. Oh, it's dirty. It's dirty work on offense today.
Yeah, this is a barroom brawl, and everyone's 21. And if they're not, they're having just, alcoholless seltzer out there. But everyone is having a great time regardless. The big takeaways, UBC is able to deny any of these chances to become elongated for Columbia College. Anytime they go up pitch, they just minimalize the amount of time that they spend on their half. And then these shots are just lethal. They're able to drop every defender, the fake outs, the feints, and then the own goal. They are able to make that one come from the ceiling on down. Ski gets the credit. That's 4 up, Grant.
I will say, if this is a barroom brawl, we've got some fake IDs or something illegal going on, because I hate to break it to you, Monkey Man, but everyone on Columbia College is a freshman. So hopefully we're not in the barroom. You know what? Maybe they wanted to get in, right? Let's consider this as like a theoretical metaphor here. This is a barroom. They're trying to break through. They got to get their first win of the season, right? They want to get in. So they started fighting the Thunderbirds. Stay with me. They started fighting the Thunderbirds, and it didn't go too well. The Thunderbirds are kind of like the bouncers right now, as well as also being casual invitation. I don't know. I'm creating some work of fiction right here. I'm taking a creative writing course. You like it? Okay, good. I think it's a great concept to start out with. I just don't know how to expand on it.
Well, the expansion is that the bouncers were able to take everyone and give them their first dose of reality, and they are now calling their parents, and it's become a very rough time, and that is not something that you want to witness. And that free net just is still not going to be given up cleanly. A nice bump at the midfield boulevard, and that is going to be tons of traffic. It's been tough to watch because Columbia College, they've been able to promote themselves downfield. They've had so many great shot opportunities, and then ultimately UBC came into their final form, and that is just pure control and domination, limiting 2 opportunities just to Rev. Silver, not as shiny as gold, and the control here from UBC has been the best that they could be. It is a gold-plated medal around their neck. Maybe one more for the Gipper, and even that one will be stolen away. It will find its way. Why not? Great wide angle. There's one for the road.
Can you get out a fancier protractor than this? Bouncing at just the 1 second mark and then finding it off the back there. It's an own goal, so it's kind of it's a weird goal. It's a weird goal. But hey, the bouncers control the club. The bouncers control the bar. The parents have been called, and that's why there was a ton of traffic this game. Story complete. The end. 3-0 sweep. University of British Columbia Thunderbirds.
A little publish mark on the end of that one. Now I need to know the ultimate question I have for you at the end of all this. Has Ski convinced you that those wheels are just fine?
No.
No. Wow. Next week.
A cold-blooded no. No, you know what? Ski was actually a phenomenal performer, and I think we're going to have to nominate him for player of the game. So, you know what? It wasn't the okay, it might have been the carriage wheels. I'll have to think on that. Follow me on
Yep.
Twitter, and you'll get an answer on that. But no, in all seriousness, it was a phenomenal game. Ski was an incredible striker and was just able to capitalize on everything given to them. 5 shots against 3 goals. That is looking pretty good for them, I would say. The Thunderbirds looked on top. As I said, probably the clear favorites coming into this game, assuming by the fact that they beat Boise State, who also won their last series, and some other different stats and results. Definitely another good match. Despite it going 3-0, I genuinely enjoyed what we got to see. It was a fun one casting. Just sad that it had to be the last one, Monkey.
Oh yeah, it's super sad, but sometimes you don't always get to have the crazy ones be at the very end. Columbia College, they came out with a lot of promise. I still think they have an offense that could be built upon. They came out very clearly trying to contend in that first game. Game number 2 got away from them, and in game 3, we saw purely what UBC was able to bring to the table. Their resume looking pretty good. Columbia College still looking for their first game win of the season. They're going to have to look at that going later, maybe into week number 4. So let's see how that develops going on. But this has been some awesome pair of champion level division matchups for UNI Granton. This has been a nice night, but we still have one match to go later on. Maybe not UNI, but maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, there is one final match coming up for you folks at home, and it is going to be Boise State again, but this time their second roster, I believe, against George Fox University. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this one. It's just one more possible hour of NECC action right after this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 3. Once again, my name is Bass on the Pass, and joined alongside me here today for the first time on camera is the lovely Hypheria. And Hype, welcome back, my friend. We're here to close out NECC in week number 3, and we've got a barn burner for this one. It is Boise State Orange versus George Fox Blue in the Emergent Cyan Division. I'm excited to wrap this day up and wrap up this incredible week of Rocket League. How are you doing on what I believe is rather early morning for you right now?
It is currently 5 a.m. I'm struggling to survive, but we're moving. And honestly, this does give me a lot of energy. Getting into this series, getting into NECC, being on here again, and I'm really looking forward to this series. So I'm sure I'll be absolutely fine, but I'll give a slight insight. After this, I'm going directly to bed.
Yeah, I don't really blame you. At what was probably going to be 6 a.m. for you, you deserve a good, well, day's sleep at that point, not even night's rest. We're going to have to find out, though, how quickly we can get you to bed here, because now we've got game number 1 of this best of 5, BSU versus GFU. We will hopefully not get that too confused, but, hey, you know what? We slip up here and there. It's all right. Before we get into the series, though, quick little background on the two teams. Boise State Orange coming to this one currently 2-0, so the team in yellow currently 2-0, undefeated on the season. George Fox Blue, though, the team that is in the blue right now, is currently 0-2. Despite having two series, where they have managed wins, they still have yet to get a win on the board, Hypheria.
They've gotten close. They've gotten to a game 5, and Boise State, they've gotten to a game 5 as well, but managed to win it in the end. This would be a good time for George Fox Blue to turn this season around, to try and get a win on the board as the ball gets across the pitch. Alright, hits it towards the other side. That's not going to be a great bounce for him. He's actually double commits and got a little bit too scared. Good speed out of Sweat, so he headed down to the other end. Can he outpace iMilk? Well, no, but Keenan will be there. Alright, it clears it away.
And this is an interesting lineup I'm seeing here for BSU at the moment. Oh my word, it's one that apparently has a lot of firepower in the offense, but one person we're missing at the moment that I thought we might see today is Circuit, one of the 3 players that normally plays for BSU and last season had been in a higher division on their main squad. Apparently they don't need him. 1-0 here. BSU already going to score early, and oh, poor Sweat's very close to making that save.
I thought that was just got forced through, but it was Sweats with an own goal. It can happen. Sometimes the save is a little bit too hard, and atrocities do end up happening, and that's stuff of nightmares, really. You don't want to see that ever. Aries, a decent challenge. iMilk actually getting it across the pitch with good speed out of Keenan to send it into the hands of Array. Array now looking for that attack once again. This time Sweats has an easy clear away, though.
Cleared all the way out, but it's not going to be the end of the offense here. BSU really pressing the issue here. They want to try and give themselves a little bit of a safety net, and they're looking like they just might be able to. Some disorganization on the back of GFU left some gaps, but no gap there. The defender very prepared, but the one thing they were not prepared for was Array in the physicality. What a bump!
Array causing some disarray in that play, bumping out the defense. And that is BSU now in a 2-goal lead. 3 minutes left to go, so plenty of time for GFU to try and turn this around. And Keenan putting it to the backboard. Aries is up for it, but iMilk is not going to let that happen. He will shut that down instantly. Taki into the attack. Good passing field. iMilk was just a little bit too close to Keenan. Had to force a 50. He's still in the center, though. Taki dude looking for the shot, but misses the ball altogether. Array. Can he send it to the corner? He cleared that through the center. That can be dangerous because Sweats is there with a shot. Will be off the post, and they're getting closer on the side of GFU. They're managing to break out more.
They're getting more chances here, but we talk about this a lot, Hypheria. It's one thing to get that offensive pressure. It's a whole other thing to actually put shots on target, and that's what we're missing right now at a GFU. Despite the fact that they are getting that offensive pressure, they only have a single registered shot throughout this game. They need to just give themselves some more opportunities. Putting shots into the backboard like that can weaken a defense to give you guys a little bit of extra room, and, well, look how well it worked out for BSU! They get a ripper on target, but like you said, what a save out of Aries.
I already said that was a goal. I was fully expecting that, but a phenomenal save keeps them in this game. I think a 3-goal deficit would be too much to come back from in game number 1. It might still happen. iMilk almost gets the angle. That was close once again. And now the counter-attack is Keenan versus Taki-Do, but Taki-Do with a quick challenge will shut that down at its feet. Another shot coming through right now. Open net for iMilk. All he needs to do is place it in the far corner. And he tried to place it a little bit too far. Keenan on the counter-attack. A demo attempt coming through. Keenan broke through one, but iMilk still clears it away from the net. BSU, all they really need to do is hold on for a minute 30.
Which is a lot easier said than done, though, because GFU really are pressing the issue right now. This shot not going to be on target, and Taki going to get an easy clear out to the side. But again, it really does look like GFU are starting to get an offense together here. George Fox doing a much better job of just getting a threatening movement across midfield than they had before. That being said, though, they have very little time left here. Like you said, 70 seconds left on the clock. At this point, they have to throw everything at their opponents. And while they might be getting some offense together, they also need to slow down the offense of their opponents. Milk trying to take that one into the box and to give that little bit of, I'd say, the nail in the coffin, to put it simply here. No such luck. 50 seconds left, and we will have a battle back and forth. Good clear all the way out, and wait a minute, no one's back here. There was a demo on the back. Yes, but Milk can make the save. Last second and out of nowhere, and somehow, some way, BSU will hold on to this 2-goal lead.
Either my reads are completely off right now, which very good possibility as well, or these players are just pulling out saves and making unexpected plays altogether. Either way, I'm absolutely loving it right now. Well, who is not loving this is GFU. They are not looking great in this first game. And the comeback, the chance of it is minimal, very minimal indeed, as this pass goes in field. Good pass back to Array. iMilk now up for it, and I think GFU, near the ending of that game, they started to pull themselves together and really showed what they were capable of.
That was a much better end to the game here for GFU, but unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get it going in time, and as a result, BSU held on to that 2-goal lead. And Boise State, indeed, will also take a lead now in the series. 1 game to 0 here. As I will say, GFU, though, a lot better back half, like we had mentioned before. Not only was it an offensive back half, but it also just showed they were pretty solid on defense. The first goal that we did see from BSU was a little bit of a shaky defense from George Fox, but as they got further into the series, their defense definitely got a lot more locked tight. They actually even had the majority of saves in this series, in this game, at 3-2. So, yes, they did get outshot in what I believe is 8-3 overall, so a dominant amount of shots for BSU. However, for George Fox, it does still sort of seem like they're getting a little bit warmed up. Maybe game 2 is where we see them at their peak potential. Hypheria, I'd like to see that, because this does have the makings of a series that could go to 5 games.
And this is why you always write of that first game. You really see a team get into it near the latter half of the game. And then the next game, they just start showing up massively from the get-go. They show what they're capable of and bring the game to BSU. Obviously, this is all theory. This is all speculation, and we do have to find out on the pitch itself. BSU, though, if they go up 2-0, it's looking very likely for them to continue their series winning streak. Currently 2 in a row. They're obviously looking to make that 3, but game number 2 is on their way. BSU versus GFU. Let's see what these teams can do.
I have faith that we'll still get a good back and forth no matter what. Definitely some interesting plays out of GFU as time has gone on. They've definitely gotten stronger, but I think it's going to be big if they can get an early goal here in game number 2, and indeed they can. Aries comes flying through the air and slams this one home early.
And the pressure from GFU at the start already succumbing on the side of BSU. And within 17 seconds, they're going to have to try and come back from this. It's an unfortunate kickoff situation, but hey, those are always a part of Rocket League. At some point, you're going to have to start the game. You're going to have to take the kickoff, and you better deal with it properly, because even in 3v3, the strategy behind it is important. Even though it might not seem that way, Aries with good 50, directly spiking his car back into the ground by lowering his car in that 50-50. Sweats now on the sidewall to the center. Array passes it to iMilk, but iMilk, I'm not too sure what happened there. Sweat's car was in the way. Still, Aries comes out on top, brings it to the other side. Taki-Do catches it on his foot.
Let's see if they can actually turn this into an offense, though. This midfield presence really starting to develop on both sides. The question is who's going to take advantage of that. We see teams try to lock each other into this little bit of pressure situation on repeat at pretty much every rank of Rocket League. You're trying to just keep the defense uncomfortable, and despite trying their best here, BSU have not been able to sneak past the defense yet. This is a weird shot. This one almost on target, but nonetheless, Keenan will get there for the save. But it's not going to be enough to relieve the pressure yet. Tacky trying to interfere with Sweats here, and it was enough. Array with a bouncer just underneath the bar, and all of a sudden, we're all tied up.
These shots are so weird for Sweats, and there's no real way you can save him because Array, he might just boom it top right instantly. He might just go low with it. Instead, he fakes going low. It will bounce on the ground, so you think, oh, this go low, and then it spikes up back into the net. You can't really do much about it except for try and pre-jump, try something. Well, as of right now, that is all history. That is something you need to forget and try and move on from. Aries, he's very much going to do that. Leaves it to his opponent. Good realization. That's how you see aerial play or sound play still very much comes through in Rocket League. And the Sweats, he doesn't need sound for scoring this is what I was going to say, but instead it's on the other end. Tacky Duke from distance. Keenan makes a save.
I can't believe it. Another shot gone awry there. That was almost a necessary one for GFU. They need to try and find a lead here and stop the momentum of Boise State, something we had mentioned going into game number 2, but instead it's another opportunity gone awry here. Now they're going to have to try from the midfield, go back to the drawing board, and get another offense. Aries will try that right here, but no such luck. A little bit of a lackluster dribble, and oh, it's Keenan by themselves on the back end. Beautiful demo out of Array, but the shot is not on target. That was such a heads-up play from all of Boise State, but just could not quite find the shot. And uh-oh, this is a little bit troublesome. Yeah, this one you could see developing. Array, I believe, or excuse me, Aries, I believe, started going demo chasing, and this is not the time to do so when you've only got one player on the back end. I get you want some revenge for the previous demo, but not the time to do so.
It was a close one, a great dodge as well out of Array. He broke his car down and made sure that he slowed it down just enough for him to miss the demo and directly get into the other half. And now iMilk, he will make matters even worse, take it into his own hands and extend the lead to 2.
Oh my word, iMilk recognizing here that there's a little bit of weakness in the defense. Before anyone can blink and even try to go up, he's rushing the ball from that waterfall drop down. And oh boy, Boise State looking like they might wrap this one up in 3. Indeed, they are dominant here in game number 2. But with over half the game remaining, there's plenty of time for their opponents to get back into this one. GFU looking strong still, and Aries looking even stronger. The 2 goals for the team. The star-studded striker comes through again.
This is just going back and forth and back and forth. 2 minutes 16. GFU, they still have a 1-goal deficit, but if I were them, I wouldn't worry too much. They still have a lot of time to try and figure things out, and they are very much equal to BSU in this series. Neither side really taking control, but if you start missing it like that, you're gonna have to start bailing yourself out of awkward positions, and that's something you never want to do. Keenan tripping over to the post, he'll wave dashes in towards the recovery. iMilk to the center now. Aries nicely getting in the way of it though.
Tacky gonna put a shot on target that, oh, well, maybe not on target. I thought that one was going to pressure the defense a little bit there, but no such luck as they easily clear this one out and goes the other way. Tacky in the way, but oh boy, he's taking a lot of time with that one. Aries gonna go for the follow-up, and so will Sweats, but my oh my, that's something you see a lot at pretty much every level of Rocket League. People that just think that they have a little bit more time in front of the net than they should. And in a fast-paced game like this, High Fury, you really can't afford to get lackadaisical at any part of the pitch. And unfortunately for BSU, they're leaving themselves a little bit exposed here because with 90 seconds left, all it takes is one good offense from George Fox, and they will be right back into it. Maybe this can be the one. Milk, though, intercepting up in the air, and that's actually a great touch and a great follow-up. Oh, my word! Not only do they get the stop out of midfield, but they get the cross-court counter as well. This is a fantastic play.
Just delaying that touch so much. Neither of the defenders, neither Sweats nor Keenan saw it coming, and BSU got a 2-goal lead right back into their hands. It's a lot more comfortable. As you say, you can't get lackadaisical, but usually, or sometimes, because you don't want to make mistakes, because you don't want to turn it into a little bit of a lazy play at that moment, you do that in the end. You give up space. Now with a 2-goal lead, you have a little bit of wiggle room. You have a little bit of room to play with an Array. He's got to take his sweet time in the midfield, then pass it through Sweats, leaving this to Keenan. Keenan not quite getting the power on it that he was wanting to. And they have to be careful because another goal, it could just be fatal, and I think it just might be.
Oh my gosh, Milk with these either pre-jumps or just no hesitation plays. You can see him going up in the air before anyone on George Fox even thinks to go up here, and BSU continuing to dominate here. With 40 seconds left, this is technically possible for George Fox, but they basically need to be getting kickoff goals on repeat, and oh, they're starting to try and do that though. Oh, this pass though, not going to find anybody. Keenan there just a little bit late, and that's a heartbreaker. Had they capitalized upon that kickoff, there might have been a chance, but with 30 seconds left now and the clock ticking against them, I just don't see it happening, and it's back to the drawing board one more time for George Fox. They've got to try and find a way to just give themselves more opportunities on offense. They've been shooting great this game. They're currently 2 for 6, but the unfortunate reality is that their opponents are currently, I believe, 5 for 9, shooting over 50%. So at a certain point, it's about execution and about efficiency on offense. And while we are starting to see the efficiency go up for George Fox, they just haven't had enough shots on target. And oh boy, they're not going to find one to exit out either. That one going off the post and out, and BSU will hold on to that 5-2 victory. And now they are 1 game away from taking that sweep for what would be the second time during the season. And not only that, they keep their undefeated streak alive, Hyperia.
Exactly. They go 3-0 in this season, almost securing a spot in playoffs, you'd want to say. Obviously, there's still a lot left of the season in order to say that, but BSU, they're looking strong, they're looking solid, and they're really bringing the game to GFU, where they struggle to break out, as you say, and double commits are also a big part of GFU's mishaps in defense, where they can't quite get the rotation. If you send 2 players at a ball, where instead of hitting the ball properly, they bump each other, they collide, that's obviously not going to help your rotation. You scramble, you have to build yourself out of a sticky situation, and then you end up conceding another goal. You probably get a little bit angry because, well, that was my ball. No, it was mine because this and that. You need to keep a calm head because now you have to reverse sweep BSU.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot easier said than done, but 100% agreed in saying that they need to play this one very carefully. If they play this too aggressively, they're going to leave themselves exposed on the back end. If they play this too passively, they're going to leave room in the air for BSU to take advantage. So it's one of these things where they need to find that perfect little line in the middle and play this one right. I have faith that they can do that and continue the series here, but it's going to be a lot easier said than done. I know we've mentioned that many times here tonight, but it truly is the best way to emphasize the situation. George Fox need a reverse sweep against an undefeated team to keep this one in their favor. It is going to be a long battle, but I have faith that if any team can do it, it will be George Fox, and they are starting off strong, going right into offense already. And again, early goals, something they have shown they can do, Hyperia. Just a question of can they hold on to the lead when they do find them.
Or if there's one way to revitalize your season and get it back on the right track, that would be a way to do it. But Keenan just sneaking up too close. I already saw it happening as soon as this infield pass went in towards the infield. And, well, Keenan still proceeded along his path. I already knew Taki Do is going to boom this, and that is going to be the first goal for BSU.
We mentioned this in the off time as well. In between games 2 and 3, we had mentioned that, you know, if GFU gets too aggressive, they're going to leave their defense open, and they need to ride that line very carefully. And unfortunately, Boise State's too capable of a team to be leaving back ends open like that. If you do play overly aggressive, you've got to be careful that you can get back on the retreats in time for cross-court shots like that. And, well, they just weren't prepared on that one, and they don't really seem prepared here either. They had 2 players running up into offense, and had Sweats not made that touch, that one was going directly into their net on a cross court. But at least they were able to keep the offense up, and now maybe can they find something here. Keenan trying to get this one past the entire defense, but Milk able to dodge the demos and bumps in the net and make the save last second. Now comes a chance for BSU to capitalize upon this 1-goal lead they have already built. If they can get 2 goals, I really do think it'd be massive for the team, but it would also be massive for GFU if Milk could stop making saves. Another deflection in front of the net will keep this at a 1-0 ball game.
That is ridiculous. Now the attack coming through as well. Taki Do onto Array, but Array can't quite get it on target, or at least not with enough power and accuracy. Keenan forcing it through, not having a lot of boost, flipping into the big boost, getting that steal through. I'm Milk now with a shot. Oh my word, Keenan, he had the boost. I'm not too sure whether he would have saved it had that been on target. Sweats Down the line, off the backboard he goes. Aries, that's not going to really do anything as of yet, but it does turn up the pressure. And this ball is just getting left a little bit awkwardly. Aries, in the end, it takes care of it by Milk, patiently waits in the midfield until his teammate actually hits it the wrong way. But Taki-Do is still in position to fix whatever it was happening. And all of a sudden, Milk has got a freeway through. Swiss needs to make the save, and Aries actually does it.
Oh my word, I gotta say, so far, MVP for this match by far is going to Milk, just doing a very good job at just being a nuisance to their opponents. We mentioned earlier about how you need to try and find space against a team like BSU, and they just are not finding it right now because of Milk in particular. They're just in their face the entire time. George Fox are trying to escape, trying to develop these more intricate plays, but every single time there's a player there to get in the way. Array getting a little bit in the way of his teammate's shot there, but I think that they were more trying to redirect that on target, not thinking that the defense wouldn't be there. Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a deflection that could have gone, well, without said deflection. And, oh my, is it going to cost them a goal? Not if Array can get in the way, making up for the lack of the goal by saving one on the other end.
That always is a good way of making up. Just prevent one. Taki-Do that sends it to the hands of Sweaty. Catch it on his hood, sends it forward directly. And they don't really want to take their time on the side of GFU. They really see them boom the ball forward every single time, try and make BSU uncomfortable. But that's just not really happening, BSU. They're dealing with it properly. Milk now going down the line, getting past one. Milk with a perfect block on Aries. Has to scramble to try and clear this away to the side. Sweats, that's going the wrong way, lad. And then Array will very much try and prove why that is the wrong way. Still to the center. Milk up for Akita with a great block on it, but we're heading into the final 90 seconds. GFU need to do something about this quick, because as of right now, BSU, they're looming with a goal.
Yeah, they're looking very, very strong here, and a big reason for that is the fact that they just have this overwhelming offensive pressure yet again. Oh boy, but they need to be careful on the defensive pressure here. Again, we mentioned this earlier, High Fury. It's this lackadaisical cross-court or cross-the-goal plays. Milk, for some reason, decide to pop that one across, and you can guarantee that GFU are going to pounce if you give them the opportunity. They may not have as many shots as their opponents, but they're starting to get that offense together, and they are punishing defensive mistakes here. Boise State gives up the lead with only about a minute remaining. The question is can they find another goal to either take the lead back, or can George Fox finally take a game in their favor? They're trying their best, and with 55 seconds left, there's absolutely a chance. Shot not on target from Keenan, but it'll bounce out to midfield where Sweats is waiting. Tries to keep the play alive, but can't quite recover off the bounce off the wall, so instead it's Milk to put a shot into the top left. That could be the last goal we see all series, and what a way to cap this one off.
What a delicate touch, delicate yet firm. That's the way you love to see it. BSU, they get onto the lead, and you already call him MVP. Milk MVP. It makes your bones stronger. It makes your entire team stronger at this rate as well. And with 40 seconds remaining, that might just be the winning goal. Taki-Do, can he find the double tap? No, but Milk is, of course, there. And when you need something, just call up Milk, because he will deliver.
This is just ridiculous. Every single time you think you've got a little bit of room in the air, Milk is there to prove why you are dead wrong. 8 shots to the one player alone. That is more than the rest of the lobby combined. No, that's actually exactly as much as the rest of the lobby combined, High Furia. 8 shots between Taki-Do, Array, Keenan, Aries, and Sweats all together. This is unreal. Milk is not only an offensive powerhouse, but they're making saves like that as well. Clears it all the way out. Buy some time now for everyone on BSU to get ready, because with 20 seconds left, this is the last attack we're going to see out of GFU, and boy, oh boy, do they capitalize. 15 seconds left, and there's a chance now, High Furia.
I'm seeing ping issues at Milk, and, well, the best player to have ping issues on the side of BSU would be Milk, or at least if you're watching from the side of GFU, that is the case, but it's seemingly all fixed still. There's 15 seconds. There needs to be a connection issue on the side of BSU. Not necessarily internet, but just a team connection there. It might just be Milk. The final moment baited in the opponent, and then he is detrimental. Going towards the other side, and you can never trust Milk.
You can understand why Aries was pushed up like that. With only 3 seconds left on the clock there, they were just trying to find some sort of offense, a desperation goal to force an overtime, and instead, they leave their back half open, and Again, like you said, or like I said, you can't really criticize them for the time left, but we know that BSU are a team to capitalize upon open backends like that, and they do it one more time to cap off this game. Indeed, 2-4, what should be the final scoreline here, and indeed it will, but 3-0, the more important one. BSU keep their undefeated streak alive and do so in spectacular fashion, sweeping George Fox University. And I gotta say, I was already impressed by BSU before we came into this one because of their previous records, but I thought that we'd end up seeing Circuit here today, what was a star-studded player from last season. Not only do they not have Circuit in their lineup, they have a super sub in Milk, who I don't know if they're on their regular roster here, as they are listed as the 4th man according to the sheets that we have, but oh my word, they better be on the regular roster after this. What an incredible performance out of that player.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Milk took the entire team on his back in that final game and said, look, lads, we're going to get into the attack. We're going to finish this off in 3. No messing about whatsoever. Circuit, phenomenal player. Apparently not necessary. He's just gone into retirement, early retirement for him. He's still in college, but already retired. That's what you like to see. But I would love to see him back at some point, of course. But BSU, they're going to continue their undefeated streak with another sweep. They have lost 2 games, but their series undefeated streak, they're now 3-0.
I'm beyond impressed right now. I've got nothing else to say besides that about Boise State University. And one little other fun fact about Milk in particular. You think he's threatening now? Give him a couple years. He's a freshman. That's a freshman doing that type of stuff on a team of no other freshmen. Everyone else on that team is either a sophomore, junior, or senior. The 2 players they actually played with today were a sophomore and junior. So if this is their first season in collegiate Rocket League, oh my, we better watch out for them in the coming seasons here. And we better watch out for Boise State during the back half of this season. They have now gotten through 3 weeks undefeated here, have taken down some rather impressive competition in Sac State White and Fresno State Red. Again, the question is now at this point, can they keep that streak alive? We're going to have to find out next week. And for George Fox Blue, we're going to have to find out if they can get their first win on the board. They've had a lot of close games here, but unfortunately, this one was not quite that. But I've got faith in them. I know that they can turn this season around. They looked good in many different instances there, but we're just a little step behind their opponents in Boise State Orange. But Hypheria, that unfortunately is going to be the end of this week, my friend. I appreciate you coming in here for the very last game of this, or very last series of this day. It was a pleasure as always, but as we always say, my friend, all good things must come to an end.
Unfortunately, they indeed do. But at least it was with a banger of a series, or a banger of a player really coming through and shining his light upon himself, saying, hey, I'm here. Yes, sir. I'm a freshman, and I am taking all the spotlights. I absolutely love seeing that, and really interested in seeing his development. But of course, on the other side, wanting to see the development out of the other team. I think that's an important one. Obviously, where we'll be focusing on the winning team just that little bit more. But George Fox, they've got capabilities, they've got opportunities, they just need to take them.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got faith in both of these teams to continue going upwards throughout the rest of the season, but we're going to have to find out next week for an NECC Rocket League. This is going to be the end of the broadcast here today. Want to give a couple of shout-outs to some people. We specifically want to give a shout-out to Michael behind the scenes, who's been our broadcaster for this entire day. This entire thing would not be capable, or would not be possible without him, so a huge thank you to all the help that he has had here today. Also want to give a shout-out to everybody else who casted here today. Shout-out to, obviously, you, Hypheria. Love you as always, brother, as well as Hail Monkey Man, Grant Leachy, and Grant Lars staged, and then that's actually everybody. Grant had a couple of shifts here today, not realizing that he had filled in at the beginning, but all of those other casters, we want to say a huge thank you to them for being able to come through here today and help us out with these broadcasts. They absolutely killed it, as they always do. And if you want to see more NECC Rocket League action, you're going to have to tune in next week, Tuesday, again, same time, same place. Otherwise, we will see you guys tomorrow for more NECC action. I'm not sure which game is going to be happening tomorrow, but I think I heard Rainbow Six behind the scenes. So if you want to see some R6 action, tune in tomorrow for some of that and some incredible collegiate esports. But otherwise, my name has been Bash with the Past. Jordan alongside me has been High Fury. We will see you guys next time. Have a great rest of your night, and we will